these nighttime teachings bring you the calm, clarity, and peace you've been searching for. Before we begin this journey together, I invite you to share where in the world you're listening from in the comments below. Whether you're in a bustling city or a quiet countryside, you're part of a global community seeking wisdom and rest. Tonight, these ancient Buddhist stories wash over you like gentle waves, releasing the tensions of your day and guiding you toward deep, restorative sleep. Each teaching carries a truth that will work on your consciousness even as you drift away. Let yourself receive these gifts without effort or struggle. On a rain-soaked evening in Portland, Oregon, a woman named Harper sat in her downtown apartment, staring at the blinking cursor on her laptop screen. The deadline for her manuscript loomed just 3 days away, and the 20,000 words she'd written felt increasingly hollow with each rereading. She was a novelist who'd spent the last 2 years crafting what she believed would be her breakthrough work. A sprawling family saga that drew from her own childhood in the Pacific Northwest. But something fundamental was missing, and she couldn't name what it was. Her editor had been patient, her publisher supportive. Yet Harper felt paralyzed by a creeping sense that every word she wrote was somehow dishonest, somehow false. She stood up from her desk and walked to the window, watching rain streak down the glass, blurring the city lights below into watercolor smears. In the reflection, she barely recognized herself. The face staring back looked older than her 38 years. Worn down by endless revision and self-doubt. That weekend, seeking escape from her own mind, Harper drove 3 hours to the coast to visit her Aunt Diane, who lived in a small cottage overlooking the Pacific. Diane was a retired librarian who'd spent the last decade studying Buddhism and meditation, transforming her life in ways that Harper found both admirable and slightly bewildering. When Harper arrived, Diane was in her garden, tending to the winter vegetables despite the cold drizzle. She looked up with a warm smile, wiping mud from her hands. They embraced, and Harper felt something in her chest loosen slightly, the first real breath she'd taken in days. Over tea that afternoon, sitting by the fireplace as wind rattled the windows, Harper confessed everything. The manuscript, the deadline, the paralyzing feeling that nothing she wrote mattered, that she was failing at the one thing she'd dedicated her life to. Diane listened without interruption, her eyes soft with understanding. When Harper finally fell silent, Diane said something unexpected. She told Harper about a teaching she'd encountered in her Buddhist studies, about a painter who lived centuries ago in ancient China. This painter, whose name was Master Zhou, was renowned throughout the region for his landscapes. Nobles and merchants would pay fortunes for his scrolls, which captured mountains and rivers with such vitality that viewers claimed they could hear water flowing and feel wind moving through painted trees. But Master Zhou himself was never satisfied. He would complete a painting, stare at it for hours, then destroy it in frustration. His students were baffled. They could see the obvious mastery in every brushstroke, the technical perfection that other artists spent lifetimes trying to achieve. Yet their teacher seemed tormented by something they couldn't perceive. One day, a young monk arrived at Master Zhou's studio with a letter of introduction from a distant monastery. The monk's name was Hai, and he had no interest in learning to paint. He simply asked if he could sit quietly in the corner while Master Zhou worked. Puzzled but intrigued, the painter agreed. Days passed. Monk Hui sat in meditation, while Master Zhou painted and then destroyed one scroll after another. The monk never commented on the work, never praised or criticized. He simply sat, breathing, present. After 2 weeks of this strange arrangement, Master Zhou's frustration reached a breaking point. He threw his brush across the room and demanded to know what the monk thought he was accomplishing by sitting there day after day, contributing nothing. Monk Hui opened his eyes and smiled. He asked the painter a simple question. "When you paint a mountain," he said, "are you trying to capture the mountain itself? Or are you trying to capture your idea of what a mountain should be?" Master Zhou started to answer, then stopped. The question penetrated deeper than he expected. The monk continued, "Every time you put brush to paper, you are already several steps removed from reality. You have the actual mountain, the light falling on the mountain in that particular moment, the feeling the mountain evokes in you, your memory of other mountains, your knowledge of how other painters have depicted mountains, and your desire to create something worthy of your reputation. Which one are you painting?" Master Zhou sat down heavily. He realized he'd been painting his anxiety about painting, his fear of inadequacy, his desperate need for validation. The actual mountains, the actual rivers, the living reality he claimed to love had become secondary to his internal struggle. Monk Hui stood and walked to where one of the destroyed paintings lay, crumpled on the floor. He smoothed it out carefully. "This painting," he said, "is exquisite. But you destroyed it because you were comparing it to an impossible standard that exists only in your mind. You are suffering not because your art is inadequate, but because you are trying to satisfy something that can never be satisfied. The endless hunger of ego." The monk suggested an experiment. "Tomorrow, go to the river at dawn. Don't bring your paints. Don't bring your brushes. Just sit by the water and watch. Don't try to memorize what you see for later. Don't compose paintings in your mind. Simply be present with the river exactly as it is, without any agenda whatsoever." Master Zhou agreed, more out of exhaustion than conviction. The next morning, he walked to the riverbank as the sun rose, painting the sky in shades of pink and gold. He sat on a flat rock, feeling its coldness through his robes, and for the first time in years, he didn't think about painting. He watched water move over stones, creating patterns that shifted moment by moment. He noticed how light changed the color of the current, how a fallen leaf navigated the flow with perfect surrender. Hours passed without him realizing it. When he finally stood, his legs stiff, he felt something he hadn't felt since childhood. A pure, uncomplicated joy at simply being alive and aware. He returned to his studio and picked up his brush, but something had shifted. Instead of starting with a grand vision of what the painting should become, he simply made a mark, then another. He wasn't trying to capture the river he'd seen that morning. He wasn't trying to prove his skill or create something worthy of his reputation. He was simply allowing the experience of sitting by the river to move through him and onto the paper, without interference from his anxious mind. The painting that emerged was unlike anything he'd created before. It was simpler, more direct, less technically virtuosic perhaps, but alive in a way his previous work had never been. When his students saw it, they were confused. It didn't match the elaborate style Master Zhou was famous for, but Monk Hui looked at it and nodded. "Now," he said, "you are painting what is real, not what you think should be real." Master Zhou understood then that his struggle had never been about technique or talent. It had been about his inability to get out of his own way, to let reality flow through him without the constant interference of judgment and fear. Diane finished the story and refilled Harper's teacup. The room had grown dark while she spoke, the fire reduced to glowing embers. Harper sat in silence, feeling something shift inside her, a recognition she couldn't quite put into words yet. Her aunt didn't offer any advice about the manuscript or the deadline. She simply suggested that Harper take a walk on the beach before dinner, to feel the wind and listen to the waves. Harper bundled up and walked down the steep trail to the sand. The Pacific was wild that evening, waves crashing with tremendous force, spray filling the air with salt. She walked for an hour, not thinking about her novel, not planning her next chapter, simply feeling the immensity of the ocean and her own smallness within it. When she returned to the cottage, she felt exhausted but strangely clear. That night, she slept more deeply than she had in months. The next morning, Harper drove back to Portland. She didn't immediately return to her manuscript. Instead, she spent the day cleaning her apartment, a task she'd been neglecting for weeks. She washed dishes, did laundry, organized her bookshelves. It felt good to accomplish simple, concrete tasks without second-guessing every move. That evening, as streetlights flickered on outside her window, she sat down at her laptop and opened the manuscript file. But instead of agonizing over what she'd already written, she created a new document. She began to write, not the polished prose she thought a serious novel required, but something rawer and more honest. She wrote about her own doubt, her own fear, the way she'd been suffocating her story by trying to control every nuance and implication. The words came quickly, without the usual resistance. She wasn't trying to write well. She was simply trying to write truthfully. Over the next 2 days, Harper produced 30 pages that bore little resemblance to her original manuscript. She missed her deadline, sending an apologetic email to her editor explaining that she needed more time, that the book had taken an unexpected direction. To her surprise, her editor responded with encouragement, saying she trusted Harper's instincts and would wait. Harper continued writing, and slowly, the story began to find its authentic shape. It wasn't the grand family saga she'd planned. It was quieter, more intimate, focused on small moments of recognition and grace rather than sweeping dramatic arcs. 3 months later, she sent the completed manuscript to her editor. The response came back within a week, enthusiastic and deeply moved. Her editor said it was the most honest and affecting work Harper had ever done. The novel was published 10 months later to modest but genuine critical acclaim, and Harper felt something she'd never quite experienced before, a sense of completion that didn't depend on external validation, a quiet pride in having trusted the process rather than trying to force a predetermined outcome. Years later, Harper would tell this story to other writers struggling with their craft, always emphasizing that the breakthrough came not from working harder or being more clever, but from learning to get out of her own way. She had discovered what the ancient Buddhists understood, that suffering often comes not from external circumstances but from our resistance to what is, our insistence that reality conform to our expectations rather than accepting it as it unfolds. This teaching about non-attachment and presence applies not just to creative work, but to every aspect of our lives. From relationships to careers to our relationship with our own thoughts and emotions. When we can release our grip on how we think things should be, we create space for life to surprise us with what actually is. Our next story is in Melbourne, Australia. A man named Liam worked as an architect for one of the city's most prestigious firms. At 42, He had achieved everything he'd set out to accomplish in his 20s. His designs had won awards. His name appeared in architecture magazines. He owned a beautiful home in Brunswick and drove a car that signaled his success. Yet, driving to work each morning through the city's congested streets, Liam felt a persistent emptiness that no achievement seemed to fill. He'd recently ended a relationship with someone he genuinely cared for because he couldn't shake the feeling that he was supposed to be happier, that something essential was still missing from his life. His ex-partner, Sarah, had accused him of always looking ahead to the next accomplishment, never able to simply be content with what he had. The accusation stung because Liam knew it was true, even if he didn't know how to change it. One Saturday afternoon, Liam attended the opening of a building he'd designed, a community centre in Footscray that he'd worked on for nearly 3 years. The project had been challenging, balancing the needs of diverse community groups with a tight budget, and he was genuinely proud of the result. The space was filled with natural light, the materials sustainable and locally sourced, the design both functional and beautiful. During the opening ceremony, community members gave speeches thanking the architects and builders. Children ran through the hallways, their laughter echoing off the walls. Elderly residents sat in the new library, already making the space their own. Liam stood at the back of the crowd, watching all of this, waiting to feel the satisfaction he'd anticipated. But instead, he felt oddly detached, as if he were watching someone else's achievement. Within minutes of the ceremony ending, his mind had already moved on to his next project, a high-rise residential tower in Southbank. He left the community centre feeling vaguely disappointed, though he couldn't articulate why. That evening, Liam met his sister Charlotte for dinner at a Vietnamese restaurant in Richmond. Charlotte was 2 years younger and worked as a social worker, a career their parents had considered far less impressive than Liam's, but which seemed to give Charlotte a contentment that eluded him. Over pho and spring rolls, Liam confessed his sense of emptiness, his inability to feel satisfied even when achieving things he'd worked years to accomplish. Charlotte listened, stirring her soup thoughtfully. Then she told him about a client she'd been working with, an older Vietnamese woman named Mrs. Nguyen, who'd survived the war and immigrated to Australia in the 1980s. Mrs. Nguyen had recently lost her husband and was struggling with grief. During one of their sessions, she'd shared a story from her Buddhist upbringing that had stayed with Charlotte for weeks. The story was about a farmer in a small village who owned a beautiful horse, a magnificent animal that was the envy of everyone in the region. One day, the horse escaped and ran away into the hills. The farmer's neighbors came to express their sympathy for his terrible loss. The farmer simply said, "Perhaps." A week later, the horse returned, bringing with it a dozen wild horses from the mountains. The neighbors congratulated the farmer on his extraordinary good fortune. Again, he said only, "Perhaps." The farmer's son began training the wild horses, and during one session, he was thrown and broke his leg badly. The neighbors came to lament this misfortune. The farmer said, "Perhaps." Soon after, the emperor's army came to the village, conscripting all young men to fight in a brutal war. The farmer's son was spared because of his broken leg. The neighbors marveled at how lucky the farmer was. He said, "Perhaps." Charlotte finished the story and looked at her brother. "The point," she said, "is that we're constantly labeling things as good or bad, success or failure, based on our limited perspective and our assumptions about what outcomes should mean. But life is more complex and unpredictable than our labels. What seems like a triumph might lead to complications we can't foresee. What feels like disaster might open doors we never knew existed. Mrs. Nguyen told me that this understanding helped her survive the war, the loss of her home, starting over in a foreign country. She stopped fighting reality and started flowing with it. Liam felt something click into place as he listened. He realized he'd been treating his entire life like a project to be completed, a series of goals to be achieved, each one supposed to deliver a specific feeling of accomplishment and satisfaction. When the feeling didn't arrive, or didn't last, he immediately created a new goal, convinced that the next achievement would finally provide what he was seeking. He'd turned his life into an endless chase, never pausing to actually inhabit the present moment. Over the following weeks, Liam began to notice his patterns with greater clarity. At work, he'd complete a design only to immediately start criticizing it, seeing flaws and missed opportunities rather than appreciating what he'd created. In conversations, he'd be planning his next comment instead of actually listening to what others were saying. Even in simple pleasures like his morning coffee or a walk through the park, his mind was always elsewhere, reviewing the past or rehearsing the future. He was never fully present for his own life. This recognition was uncomfortable, but it also felt like the beginning of something important. He started practicing small moments of awareness, pausing to actually taste his food, to feel the sun on his face, to notice the quality of his breath. It felt awkward at first, almost embarrassingly simple, like he was trying too hard to appreciate things any normal person would take for granted. One Saturday morning, Liam decided to visit the community center in Footscray again, but this time without any agenda or expectation. He arrived around 9, when the building was just opening. He walked through the spaces slowly, noticing details he'd been too preoccupied to see during the opening ceremony. In the children's area, a young mother was reading to her daughter, both of them curled together in one of the window seats he'd designed. In the kitchen, elderly men were preparing food for a community lunch, laughing and arguing in their native languages. The multi-purpose room hosted a yoga class, sunlight streaming through the high windows, bodies moving in synchronized flow. Liam sat on a bench in the central courtyard, watching all of this activity. And for the first time, he felt the genuine impact of what he'd created, not as a reflection of his skill or a validation of his worth, but as a simple fact. This building was serving people, providing a space where community could flourish. His ego had nothing to do with it. The building existed now independent of his anxieties and ambitions. It was just there, being useful, fulfilling its purpose. He sat for over an hour, and something profound settled in him. He understood that his constant striving had been based on a fundamental misunderstanding, the belief that achievement would somehow complete him, fill the gap he'd always felt inside. But the gap wasn't something to be filled by external accomplishments. It was the space of his own awareness, the consciousness that noticed everything, including his thoughts and feelings about success and failure. That awareness was already complete, already whole, not lacking anything. His suffering came from identifying with the thoughts and emotions passing through that awareness, rather than resting in the awareness itself. This realization didn't come as a dramatic lightning bolt, but as a quiet recognition. Obvious, once seen. Easily forgotten, but always available to be remembered. Liam left the community center that morning feeling lighter than he had in years. He didn't suddenly become enlightened or transcend all his patterns and insecurities, but he had touched something real. a different way of relating to his life that didn't depend on constant achievement and validation. Over the months that followed, he rebuilt his relationship with Sarah, who noticed the change in him immediately. He was more present, less driven by restless ambition, able to enjoy simple moments without always needing to be somewhere else or someone else. His work continued, and he still cared about doing it well, but it no longer carried the weight of proving his worth. He was learning what the Buddhist teachings had pointed to for centuries: that peace doesn't come from rearranging external circumstances, but from changing our relationship to whatever is arising in this moment. The third story is in Halifax, Nova Scotia. A woman named Emma worked as a nurse in the emergency department of the city's largest hospital. She'd been in this role for almost 15 years, and the accumulated weight of those years sat heavy on her shoulders. Emma had chosen nursing because she genuinely wanted to help people, to ease suffering wherever she encountered it. But the reality of emergency medicine had slowly worn down her idealism. She saw people at their worst, in pain, afraid, sometimes dying. She worked 12-hour shifts that left her physically and emotionally depleted. Her marriage had ended 3 years earlier, partly because she brought the stress and trauma of work home with her every night. Unable to leave it behind when she walked out of the hospital, her ex-husband had begged her to find a different job, something less intense. But Emma felt trapped. This was her identity, her purpose. Without nursing, who would she even be? On a particularly difficult shift in late autumn, Emma treated a teenage boy who'd been in a car accident. His injuries were severe, and despite everything the team did, he died on the table. Emma had seen death many times before, but something about this boy, his youth, the senselessness of it, broke through her professional armor. She finished her shift in a numb haze, completed her paperwork mechanically, and drove home through dark streets slick with rain. In her apartment, she sat on the couch, still wearing her scrubs, staring at nothing. She felt utterly empty, unable to cry, unable to sleep, unable to do anything but sit in the silence of her exhaustion. Around 3 in the morning, she finally changed clothes and got into bed. But sleep wouldn't come. Her mind replayed the evening's events in an endless loop, wondering if she'd missed something, if there was anything different they could have done. The next day was supposed to be her day off, but Emma couldn't bear to stay in her apartment alone with her thoughts. She drove to Point Pleasant Park and walked the trails aimlessly, barely noticing the autumn leaves or the view of the harbor. She ended up at a small cafe near the park entrance, ordering tea she didn't really want. At the next table, an older man sat reading a book, occasionally making notes in the margins. Something about his calm presence caught Emma's attention. When he looked up and their eyes met, he smiled gently and asked if she was all right. The simple kindness of the question broke something open in Emma. She found herself telling this stranger about the previous night, about her exhaustion and sense of futility, about feeling like she was drowning in other people's suffering with no way to keep herself afloat. The man listened without interrupting, his attention complete and unhurried. When Emma finally fell silent, embarrassed by how much she'd revealed, he introduced himself as Robert, a retired philosophy professor who now taught meditation classes at a local Buddhist center. He told her something that would change her entire understanding of her work and her life. He said that in Buddhist teaching, there's a concept called compassion fatigue that many helpers and healers experience, but it's often misunderstood. True compassion he explained, doesn't deplete us because it arises from a recognition of shared humanity rather than from trying to fix or save others. When we try to rescue people from their suffering, we're actually reinforcing a subtle belief that their suffering is somehow wrong or shouldn't exist. This creates an impossible burden because we're fighting against reality itself, trying to make things other than they are. Robert told Emma about a teaching story from ancient India, about a physician named Jivaka who served the Buddha and his community of monks. Jivaka was renowned throughout the region for his skill and dedication. He would work day and night, treating patients, often neglecting his own health in service to others. One monsoon season, an epidemic swept through the area, and Jivaka pushed himself to the point of collapse, treating hundreds of sick people. When he finally recovered from his own illness, he went to the Buddha, feeling defeated and ashamed. Despite all his efforts, many people had died. He felt he had failed in his fundamental duty as a healer. The Buddha listened to Jivaka's anguish, then asked him a question. When you treat a patient, are you trying to prevent them from dying? Or are you trying to ease their suffering in this moment? Jivaka was confused by the question. Aren't they the same thing? He asked. The Buddha shook his head. Everyone who is born will die. The Buddha said, this is not something you can prevent. Not with all your skill and dedication. Death is not a failure of medicine, but a fact of existence. When you believe your purpose is to prevent death, you set yourself an impossible task and guarantee your own suffering. But when you understand that your purpose is to ease suffering in whatever form it takes, to bring comfort and care to this present moment without attachment to a particular outcome, then your work becomes sustainable. You are no longer fighting against reality but flowing with it, responding with wisdom and compassion to what is actually happening rather than what you wish were happening. Jivaka protested. But surely, he said, we should try to save lives, to cure disease, to prevent death whenever possible. Of course, the Buddha replied, use all your skill and knowledge, work diligently and with great care, but do so from a place of acceptance rather than resistance, from love rather than fear, from presence rather than attachment to results. The teaching transformed Jivaka's relationship to his work. He continued as a physician, just as skilled and dedicated as before, but he no longer carried the weight of trying to control outcomes beyond his influence. When patients recovered, he felt genuine joy but not pride. When patients died despite his best efforts, he felt sadness but not failure. He had learned to hold his work lightly, to give fully in each moment without clinging to results, to accept the limits of what was possible while still striving to help. This paradox, the Buddha taught, is at the heart of wise action. We engage completely without being attached to outcomes. We care deeply without being destroyed by what we cannot control. We accept reality as it is, while still working to reduce suffering wherever we can. Robert finished the story and looked at Emma with kind eyes. Your exhaustion, he said, comes not from caring too much, but from trying to carry a burden that isn't yours to carry. You can't prevent death. You can't save everyone. You can't make suffering disappear from the world. These are not failures of skill or dedication, but simple truths about the nature of existence. What you can do is show up fully present in each moment, offering your skill and compassion to whoever is in front of you, without trying to control outcomes that are beyond anyone's control. This doesn't mean becoming cold or detached. It means understanding the difference between compassion and rescue, between caring and carrying, Emma felt tears running down her face. The first she'd cried since the previous night. Something in Robert's words had reached a place in her that had been locked tight for years. Over the following months, Emma began attending Robert's meditation classes at the Buddhist center. She learned to sit with her difficult emotions rather than trying to suppress or fix them. She practiced bringing awareness to her breath, to her body, to the thoughts and feelings that arose during her shifts. Slowly, her relationship to her work began to shift. She was still fully engaged, still giving her best effort to every patient. But she'd stopped trying to personally bear the weight of outcomes she couldn't control. When she lost a patient, she allowed herself to feel sadness without spiraling into guilt and self-recrimination. When she saved a life, she felt gratitude without needing it to validate her worth. She learned to leave work at work, to create boundaries that allowed her to rest and restore herself. Her colleagues noticed the change. She seemed calmer, more resilient, paradoxically more present, even as she carried things less heavily. One evening shift, nearly a year after that difficult night with the teenage accident victim, Emma treated an elderly woman who was dying of heart failure. The woman's family surrounded her bed, holding her hands, speaking to her gently. There was nothing medical that could be done except keep her comfortable. In her earlier years as a nurse, Emma would have felt this situation as a failure, would have struggled against the inevitability of it. But now she simply focused on making the woman's final hours as peaceful as possible, on supporting the family through their grief, on being fully present to what was actually happening rather than wishing it were different. When the woman died, surrounded by love, Emma felt the sadness of it, but also a sense of rightness, of having served something larger than her own need to fix or save. She had learned what the Buddha taught Jivaka centuries ago, that the highest form of service comes not from trying to control life and death, but from meeting each moment with wisdom, compassion, and acceptance of what is. Before we move on to the next story, I kindly invite you to consider liking the video and subscribing to support our channel. Thank you so much. And our story begins in Dublin, Ireland, where a man named Declan ran a small bookshop on a quiet street near St. Stephen's Green. The shop had been in his family for 3 generations, passed down from his grandfather to his father and finally to him when his father died of cancer 6 years earlier. Declan loved books, loved the smell of them, the weight of them in his hands, the way a well-crafted sentence could stop time and open worlds. But the economics of independent bookselling had become nearly impossible. Large chains and online retailers had devastated the market. Every month, Declan watched his savings dwindle as he poured money into keeping the shop alive. His wife Siobhan worked as a teacher, and her steady income was the only thing preventing them from losing their home. She'd suggested, gently, more than once, that perhaps it was time to close the shop, to find something more sustainable. But Declan couldn't imagine it. The bookshop wasn't just a business to him. It was his father's legacy, his family's history, his entire identity. On a cold February morning, Declan received a letter from his landlord informing him that the rent would be increasing by 40% when his lease renewed in 3 months. The number was impossible. Even at current rent, he was barely breaking even. An increase like this would force him to close within weeks. Declan sat in the empty shop, the letter trembling in his hands, feeling his world collapse. Everything he'd fought to preserve, all the sacrifice and struggle, had been for nothing. He'd failed his father, failed his grandfather, failed the legacy he'd sworn to protect. That evening, he told Siobhan about the letter. She held him as he cried, something he hadn't allowed himself to do since his father's funeral. She didn't say "I told you so" or remind him of her previous suggestions. She simply held him and let him grieve. The next day, Declan walked through the city in a daze, not ready to go to the shop, not able to stay home. He found himself in the National Gallery, wandering through rooms of paintings he'd seen dozens of times before. In a quiet gallery on the second floor, he sat on a bench in front of a landscape painting, a stormy seascape by a 19th century Irish artist whose name he couldn't remember. An elderly man sat down beside him, breathing heavily from the climb up the stairs. They sat in silence for several minutes, both looking at the painting. Then the old man spoke. His accent, thick Cork. Powerful thing, isn't it? The way he captured the chaos of the water but also the stillness underneath. Declan nodded, not really in the mood for conversation but not wanting to be rude. The old man introduced himself as Padraig, a retired fisherman who'd spent 50 years working the waters off the southern coast. He came to the gallery once a week, he said, to look at paintings of the sea, to remember his working life now that arthritis had forced him to retire. Declan found himself telling Padraig about the bookshop, about the rent increase, about feeling like he was losing everything that mattered. Padraig listened carefully, his weathered hands folded in his lap. When Declan finished, the old fisherman was quiet for a long moment. Then he told Declan about a night 40 years earlier when his boat had been caught in a storm off the coast of West Cork. The waves were massive, 20 feet or more, the wind screaming, visibility near zero. Padraig and his crew fought the sea for hours, trying to reach harbour, but the storm was too powerful. The boat was taking on water, the engine failing, and Padraig realized they might not make it back alive. In that moment, Padraig said, "Something strange happened. I stopped fighting, not because I'd given up, but because I suddenly understood that I couldn't control the sea. I could control my boat, my responses, my decisions, but the storm itself was beyond my power. And once I accepted that, really accepted it, everything changed. I stopped trying to force the boat through the waves and started working with them, riding them, using their power instead of fighting against it. We made it back to harbour just as the engine died completely. My crew thought I was a hero, but I knew the truth. I just stopped trying to control what couldn't be controlled." He looked at Declan. "Your bookshop, the rent, the economics of it all. These are like the storm. You can't control them, but you can choose how you respond, and you can stop carrying the weight of things that were never yours to control in the first place." Declan felt something shift as he listened. He'd been holding on to the bookshop not out of genuine love for it anymore, but out of fear and obligation, out of a desperate need to prove he wasn't a failure, to honor his father's memory in a way his father had never asked for. His father had run the shop because he enjoyed it, because it gave him pleasure and purpose, not because he saw it as some sacred duty that could never be relinquished. Declan had turned a simple family business into a monument to his own anxiety, a test he had to pass to prove his worth. The old fisherman stood up slowly, joints creaking. "Whatever you decide about the shop," he said, "make sure it's your decision, not your fear deciding for you." Then he walked away, leaving Declan alone with the painting and his thoughts. That weekend, Declan and Siobhan had a long conversation about their future. For the first time, Declan allowed himself to imagine closing the shop without it meaning he'd failed. He thought about what he actually wanted, rather than what he thought he should want. The truth was, he'd been miserable for years, stressed and anxious, unable to enjoy books anymore because they'd become inventory and profit margins rather than sources of joy. The shop had become a prison of his own making, and he'd been too afraid to walk out of it. He and Siobhan made a plan. He would close the shop when the lease ended, sell the remaining inventory, and take some time to figure out what he actually wanted to do with his life. The decision terrified him, but it also felt like breathing for the first time in years. Over the next 3 months, Declan liquidated the bookshop. He held a closing sale, and regular customers came to say goodbye, sharing memories of the shop and his father. Many of them understood. The world had changed, and holding on to the past wasn't always the right choice. On the final day, Declan locked the door for the last time and stood on the street looking at the empty windows. He felt sad, but not the crushing grief he'd expected. He felt liberated. He'd let go of a burden he'd been carrying for years. A burden that had nothing to do with honoring his father and everything to do with his own fear of change and uncertainty. In the months that followed, Declan took a part-time job at a library and started writing, something he'd always wanted to do but never had time for. He discovered that he loved working with books without the stress of selling them, and his writing gave him a creative outlet he'd been missing for years. One afternoon at the library, he was shelving books in the history section when he found a slim volume on Buddhist philosophy that someone had returned. Curious, he sat down during his break and began reading. The book discussed the concept of attachment and how much of human suffering comes from clinging to things, people, identities, and outcomes that are inherently impermanent. Everything changes, the book explained. Everything arises and passes away. When we resist this fundamental truth, when we try to make permanent what is temporary, we create our own suffering. But when we learn to hold things lightly, to appreciate them while they're here without desperately grasping at them, we find a peace that doesn't depend on external circumstances. Declan thought about his bookshop, about his years of desperate clinging, and he understood. He'd been trying to make permanent something that was meant to change, to preserve something that had already served its purpose and was ready to transform into something else. He kept reading, discovering teachings that resonated deeply with his experience. The book talked about the difference between honoring the past and being imprisoned by it, about how true respect for our ancestors comes not from mindlessly preserving what they built, but from living with the same courage and authenticity they demonstrated. His father hadn't run the bookshop out of obligation to his own father. He'd done it because it brought him joy and allowed him to serve his community. Declan finally understood that closing the shop wasn't a betrayal of his father's memory, but an honoring of the deeper lesson his father's life had taught. To live with purpose and presence, to adapt to circumstances with wisdom rather than clinging to forms that no longer serve. This realization brought Declan a peace he'd been seeking for years. The peace that comes not from getting what we want, but from releasing our grip on outcomes and learning to flow with life as it actually is. In Seattle, Washington, a woman named Olivia worked as a marketing director for a tech startup that had grown rapidly over the past 3 years. At 35, she managed a team of 12 people and was responsible for campaigns that brought in millions of dollars in revenue. From the outside, Olivia's life looked enviable. She had a modern apartment in Capitol Hill overlooking the city, traveled frequently for work, and earned a salary that would have seemed impossible when she graduated university with student debt and uncertain prospects. But inside, Olivia felt like she was performing a role in a play she'd never auditioned for. Every morning, she woke with a knot of anxiety in her stomach. Every meeting felt like a test she might fail. Every decision carried the weight of potentially catastrophic consequences that she'd replay endlessly in her mind. The pressure had intensified when the company secured a major round of funding 6 months earlier. The investors had high expectations, and Olivia's CEO made it clear that the marketing team's performance would determine whether they hit their growth targets. Olivia responded by working longer hours, checking emails at midnight, responding to Slack messages on weekends. She'd stopped seeing friends, stopped going to the gym, stopped doing anything that wasn't directly related to work. Her boyfriend Marcus had moved out 2 months ago, frustrated by her inability to be present even when they were together. She'd been devastated but also secretly relieved. The relationship had felt like one more thing she was failing at, one more source of guilt and inadequacy. One Thursday afternoon, Olivia sat in her office, reviewing analytics from their latest campaign when her vision suddenly blurred. Her heart began racing, her chest tightening, breath coming in short gasps. She recognized the symptoms immediately because they'd been happening more frequently over the past month. Panic attack. She tried the breathing exercises her doctor had recommended, but they weren't working. The walls seemed to close in. She grabbed her phone and texted her assistant that she needed to leave early, then somehow made it to her car. She sat in the parking garage for 20 minutes, hands gripping the steering wheel, waiting for the panic to subside. When it finally did, she felt exhausted and hollow, like something essential had been scooped out of her. Instead of driving home, Olivia found herself heading toward the waterfront. She parked at Alki Beach and walked along the shore, the wind coming off Puget Sound sharp against her face. The physical discomfort was almost welcome, a distraction from the chaos in her mind. She sat on a bench overlooking the water, the Seattle skyline visible across the sound, and pulled out her phone, intending to check work emails, but found she couldn't bring herself to open the app. She just sat there, watching waves roll in, feeling completely lost. A woman in her 60s sat down on the other end of the bench, unwrapping a sandwich. They sat in silence for a while before the woman spoke. "Beautiful evening, even with the wind." Olivia nodded politely, hoping the woman wouldn't try to engage in extended conversation. But something about the woman's calm presence made Olivia feel less alone. The woman introduced herself as Margaret, a retired social worker who lived in West Seattle and walked the beach every evening. There was something about her directness and lack of small talk that Olivia appreciated. When Margaret asked if she was all right, Olivia surprised herself by answering honestly. "No," she said, "I'm really not." She found herself describing the panic attack, the relentless pressure at work, the feeling of drowning while everyone around her seemed to think she was thriving. Margaret listened without offering immediate solutions or platitudes. When Olivia finished, Margaret told her about a period in her own life, years ago, when she'd experienced something similar. She'd been working in child protective services, dealing with cases that broke her heart daily, carrying the weight of children's lives on her shoulders. The stress had manifested in physical symptoms: insomnia, digestive problems, and eventually a collapse that landed her in the hospital. During her recovery, Margaret said, a friend gave her a book about Buddhist meditation and mindfulness. She'd been skeptical at first, dismissing it as new age nonsense that wouldn't address her real problems. But desperate and stuck at home on medical leave, she'd started reading. One teaching in particular had stopped her cold. The book described the Buddhist concept of the second arrow. When something painful happens, the book explained, it's like being struck by an arrow. The pain is real and unavoidable, but then we strike ourselves with a second arrow through our thoughts about the pain, our resistance to it, our stories about what it means, our fear of it continuing, our anger at ourselves for feeling it. This second arrow we inflict on ourselves, and it often causes more suffering than the original wound. Margaret explained how this teaching had changed her entire relationship with stress and difficulty. She realized that her job was genuinely hard, dealing with traumatic situations that would affect anyone. That was the first arrow, unavoidable given the nature of the work. But she'd been adding massive additional suffering through her thoughts. She'd tell herself she should be able to handle it better, that her stress meant she was weak or incompetent, that she was failing the children who depended on her. She'd lie awake replaying difficult cases, imagining worst-case scenarios, berating herself for decisions she'd made. All of this was the second arrow, suffering she was creating through her relationship with the original difficulty rather than the difficulty itself. Once Margaret understood this distinction, she began practicing mindfulness meditation, learning to notice when she was striking herself with the second arrow. When a difficult thought arose, instead of believing it completely and spiraling into anxiety, she'd recognize it as just a thought, a mental event, rather than absolute truth. The situations at work didn't become easier, but her suffering around them decreased dramatically because she stopped layering additional pain on top of the unavoidable challenges. She was able to continue her social work for another 15 years after that realization, finding a sustainable way to engage with difficult work without destroying herself in the process. Olivia listened, feeling something resonate deeply. She recognized immediately how much of her suffering came not from her actual job responsibilities, but from her thoughts about them. Her constant self-criticism, her catastrophic predictions, her conviction that any mistake would be devastating and permanent. Margaret didn't tell Olivia to quit her job or dramatically change her life. She simply suggested that Olivia might experiment with noticing the difference between the first arrow and the second, between actual problems and the suffering she added through her thoughts about those problems. She recommended a meditation center in the university district that offered beginner classes and told Olivia that the practice wasn't about achieving some blissed-out state, but simply about learning to be present with whatever was arising without making it worse, through resistance and judgment. They exchanged phone numbers, and Margaret invited Olivia to join her for beach walks anytime. As they parted ways, Olivia felt something she hadn't felt in months. A small flicker of hope that perhaps there was another way to live, a way that didn't involve constant struggle and suffering. Over the following weeks, Olivia began attending meditation classes at the center Margaret had recommended. The instructor was a soft-spoken woman named Claire, who taught with humor and practicality, never making meditation sound mystical or complicated. She described it simply as training attention, learning to notice where the mind goes and gently bringing it back to the present moment. Olivia found the practice harder than she expected. Sitting still for even 10 minutes, her mind raced with work concerns, replaying conversations, planning future emails, spiraling into worry. But Claire emphasized that this was completely normal, that the racing mind wasn't a problem to be solved, but simply what minds do. The practice was noticing when attention had wandered and returning it to the breath, over and over, without judgment or frustration. After a month of regular practice, Olivia began noticing subtle shifts. At work, when anxiety arose, she could sometimes catch it early, recognizing the familiar pattern of catastrophic thinking before it spiraled completely out of control. She'd pause, take a few conscious breaths, and ask herself what was actually happening in this moment versus what her mind was predicting might happen. Often, the actual situation was far less dire than her thoughts suggested. A critical email from her CEO was just feedback on a campaign, not evidence that she was failing and about to be fired. A team member's mistake was just a mistake, not a catastrophe that would ruin everything. She was learning to distinguish between reality and the stories her anxious mind told about reality. One afternoon, Olivia's CEO called an unexpected meeting with all department heads. Her immediate reaction was panic, her mind instantly generating scenarios about layoffs or budget cuts or some failure she'd overlooked. But she noticed the panic arising and recognized it as the second arrow. The actual situation was simply an unscheduled meeting. Everything else was her mind adding layers of fear and catastrophe. She went to the meeting with her heart still racing but her mind slightly more spacious, able to hold the anxiety without completely identifying with it. The meeting turned out to be about a new product launch. Nothing threatening at all. Olivia sat there afterward, almost wanting to laugh at how much suffering she'd created in the 30 minutes between the meeting notification and the actual event. She started applying this awareness more broadly. When work emails came in after hours, instead of immediately responding in a panic, she'd noticed the urge to respond, recognize that it was driven by fear rather than actual urgency, and consciously choose whether replying immediately was truly necessary. Often it wasn't. When her team made mistakes, instead of spiraling into self-blame about her leadership, she'd address the actual problem without adding layers of meaning and catastrophe. The work itself didn't change dramatically, but her relationship to it shifted in ways that made it sustainable rather than soul-destroying. She still cared about doing well, but she'd stopped using her performance as the ultimate measure of her worth as a human being. 3 months after her panic attack on the beach, Olivia met Margaret for one of their weekly walks along Alki. The sun was setting over the Olympics, painting the sky in shades of orange and pink. Margaret asked how things were going, and Olivia found herself describing a difficult situation at work that she'd navigated without falling apart. A major campaign had underperformed, and instead of the usual spiral of anxiety and self-recrimination, she'd been able to analyze what went wrong, adjust the strategy, and move forward. She'd felt disappointment but not devastation, concern but not panic. Margaret smiled and said that this was the practice working. Not because problems disappeared, but because Olivia was learning to meet them with more wisdom and less suffering. They walked in comfortable silence for a while, watching joggers and dog walkers pass by. Then Margaret shared another teaching she'd learned years ago about the Buddhist concept of impermanence. Everything changes, she said. Every situation, every feeling, every circumstance is temporary. When we're suffering, we tend to believe it will last forever, that we'll always feel this way. When things are good, we frantically try to hold on to them, knowing somehow that they'll change. But fighting impermanence is like trying to stop the tide. It's exhausting and ultimately futile. The practice is learning to flow with change rather than resisting it, to appreciate what's here while it's here without desperately grasping at it, and to trust that when difficult times come, They too will pass. Olivia thought about her panic attack months earlier. How in that moment she'd felt like she was drowning permanently. Like she'd never feel okay again. But here she was, walking on the beach, feeling genuinely peaceful. The crisis had passed, as all Crees do. She thought about her relationship with Marcus, how painful the breakup had been, and how she was now able to see it as probably necessary. A relationship that had run its course rather than evidence of her fundamental unworthiness. She thought about her job, how her entire identity had been wrapped up in performing well, and how she was slowly learning that her worth didn't depend on quarterly metrics or investor approval. These realizations didn't come as dramatic revelations but as quiet recognitions. Obvious once seen, though easy to forget in moments of stress. Margaret told her about a meditation teacher who used to say that peace doesn't mean being in a place where there is no noise, no trouble, no hard work. It means being in the midst of all those things and still having calm in your heart. That's what Olivia was learning. Not how to eliminate stress and challenge from her life, but how to remain centered within herself, regardless of external circumstances. She was discovering that the stability she'd been seeking through achievement and control was actually available in every moment through presence and acceptance. This didn't mean becoming passive or giving up on goals. It meant engaging fully with life without making her peace dependent on things turning out a particular way. As the sun disappeared behind the mountains and the air grew cold, Olivia and Margaret turned back toward the parking lot. Olivia felt grateful for this unlikely friendship, for the wisdom Margaret had shared so generously, for the teachings that had given her a way to work with her suffering rather than being overwhelmed by it. She understood now that the panic attack that had sent her fleeing to the beach hadn't been a breakdown, but a breakthrough. Her system finally demanding that she pay attention to how she was living, that she find a more sustainable way to move through the world. The suffering had been the messenger, and she'd finally learned to listen to what it was trying to tell her. And while Olivia walked away carrying a quiet sense of understanding, the world continued on, holding countless other lives in moments of their own reckoning. In Vancouver, Canada, a man named Ethan worked as a high school teacher in the city's east side. He taught English literature to 10th and 11th graders, and for the first 8 years of his career, he'd loved the work. He loved introducing students to books that had changed his own life, loved watching their faces light up when a story or poem suddenly clicked for them, loved the feeling of making a difference in young people's lives. But over the past 2 years, something had shifted. The job had become increasingly difficult in ways he hadn't anticipated. Class sizes had grown. Administrative demands multiplied. More students arrived at school dealing with trauma, poverty, and mental health challenges that no amount of literary analysis could address. Ethan felt overwhelmed and inadequate, stretched impossibly thin between the actual teaching he wanted to do and all the other roles he was expected to fill. What troubled him most was his growing resentment toward the students themselves. He'd notice irritation flashing through him when a student asked a question he'd already answered, when someone hadn't done the reading, when the class was unfocused and chatty. He'd snap at students in ways he later regretted, his patience worn down to nothing by the constant demands. This wasn't who he wanted to be. He'd become a teacher because he cared about young people, because he believed in education's power to transform lives. Now he found himself counting down the minutes until each class ended, dreading Monday mornings, fantasizing about quitting. The guilt he felt about his resentment only made things worse, creating a spiral of self-judgment that left him exhausted and hollow. One particularly difficult Friday in November, Ethan's fourth period class had been chaotic. Students were restless before the weekend. Nobody had completed the assigned reading, and his attempts to lead discussion had fallen completely flat. He'd ended up lecturing in frustration, seeing students tune out and check their phones, feeling like he was talking to a wall. When the bell finally rang, he sat alone in his classroom, feeling depleted and defeated. He thought about the idealistic 23-year-old who'd started teaching, so full of passion and conviction, and wondered what had happened to that person. Had he been naive? Had he failed somehow? Was he simply not cut out for this work? That evening, Ethan met his friend James for drinks at a pub in Kitsilano. James was a paramedic who'd been working emergency medicine for 15 years, and Ethan had always admired his resilience and calm under pressure. As they sat with their beers, Ethan unloaded his frustrations, describing his growing burnout and the guilt he felt about resenting his students. James listened quietly, occasionally nodding. When Ethan finished, James was silent for a moment, staring into his glass. Then he told Ethan about something that had happened to him 5 years earlier, a shift change that had fundamentally altered his relationship to his work. James described how he'd gone through a similar period of burnout, responding to call after call, treating people who were often intoxicated, sometimes violent, frequently ungrateful. He'd started to harden, developing a cynical shell to protect himself from the constant exposure to suffering and chaos. He'd catch himself being short with patience, going through the motions mechanically, counting hours until his shift ended. One night, he and his partner responded to a call about an overdose in the downtown East Side. When they arrived, they found a man in his 30s unconscious in an alley, clearly having overdosed on fentanyl. James had administered naloxone and brought the man back to consciousness dozens of times before with other patients, and he did so again now efficiently and professionally. But when the man came to, confused and agitated, he became verbally abusive, cursing at James and his partner, refusing to go to the hospital. It was a familiar pattern, and James felt the usual frustration and resentment rise in him. But then something unexpected happened. As James was packing up his equipment, preparing to leave since the man had refused treatment, he made eye contact with the patient. For just a moment, beneath the aggression and addiction, James saw something else. He saw fear. He saw pain. He saw a human being who was suffering in ways James couldn't fully comprehend. Someone's son or brother or father. Someone who'd once been a child with hopes and dreams. Someone whose life had taken turns that led to this moment in an alley. The recognition lasted only a few seconds, but it cracked something open in James. He realized that his cynicism and resentment weren't protecting him from the difficulty of his work. They were adding an extra layer of suffering, creating distance and judgment that made everything harder. Later that week, James happened to attend a workshop on compassion fatigue that his department had organized. The facilitator was a psychologist who specialized in working with first responders, and she talked about the difference between empathy and compassion. Empathy, she explained, is feeling what another person feels, taking on their emotions and suffering. This can be valuable but also overwhelming, leading to burnout when we're constantly exposed to others' pain. Compassion is different. It's recognizing suffering without becoming overwhelmed by it, responding with kindness and care while maintaining boundaries. The key, she said, is cultivating what Buddhists call equanimity, a balanced state of mind that can hold difficult emotions without being destroyed by them. She described a meditation practice from the Buddhist tradition called Tonglen, which involved breathing in suffering and breathing out relief. The practice sounded counterintuitive at first. Why would you deliberately take in pain and difficulty? But the psychologist explained that the practice wasn't about actually absorbing others' suffering, but about developing the capacity to face difficulty without shutting down, to remain open-hearted in the presence of pain, rather than armoring yourself against it. She led the group through a brief version of the practice, and James found it surprisingly powerful. Instead of trying to protect himself from the difficulty of his work by becoming numb or cynical, he could acknowledge the suffering he encountered while maintaining his own center, his own stability. James started practicing regularly, spending 10 minutes each morning doing Tonglen meditation before his shifts. He'd think about the patients he might encounter that day, the pain and fear they'd be experiencing, and he'd breathe in their suffering with genuine willingness to meet it. Then he'd breathe out wishes for their relief, their healing, their peace. The practice didn't make his job easier in any practical sense. He still dealt with difficult patients, traumatic situations, bureaucratic frustrations, but his relationship to the work transformed. He stopped taking patients' anger and aggression personally, recognizing that their behavior came from their own suffering, not from anything he'd done wrong. He felt more present, more genuinely helpful, paradoxically more resilient, because he'd stopped trying so hard to protect himself. Ethan listened to James's story with growing interest. He'd never considered that his resentment towards students might be a form of self-protection, an attempt to armor himself against the difficulty and disappointment of teaching. But as James described it, Ethan recognized the pattern in himself. When students were unfocused or unprepared, he took it personally, as evidence that his teaching didn't matter, that he was failing. The resentment was his way of creating distance, of protecting his ego from the vulnerability of caring about work that often felt thankless. But that distance came at a cost. It made him less effective as a teacher and less satisfied with his work. It turned students into obstacles rather than human beings worthy of compassion and understanding. James suggested that Ethan might try the Tonglen practice adapted for his own situation as a teacher. Before school each morning, spend a few minutes thinking about his students, recognizing the various struggles they faced, the challenges they dealt with that had nothing to do with English literature. Breathe in their difficulty, their stress, their confusion, and breathe out patience, understanding, support. The practice wasn't about fixing their problems or taking responsibility for their lives. It was about cultivating the capacity to remain present and compassionate, even when things were difficult. Even when students weren't performing the way he hoped they would. Ethan was skeptical but desperate enough to try anything. The next Monday morning, before leaving for school, he sat in his living room and attempted the practice James had described. He thought about his fourth period class. The students who'd been so unfocused and unengaged on Friday. Instead of immediately feeling frustrated, he tried to imagine what might be happening in their lives. Jaden, who always seemed angry and defensive, probably dealt with things at home that made school feel irrelevant. Sophia, who was usually attentive but had been checked out lately, might be struggling with depression or anxiety. Marcus, who constantly disrupted class with jokes, might be using humor to mask his insecurity about his reading skills. As Ethan held these recognitions in his mind, breathing in their struggles and breathing out his wish for them to find peace and support, something softened in him. The resentment he'd been carrying dissolved slightly, replaced by a more spacious awareness that included both the difficulty of his work and genuine care for these young people. When he arrived at school that morning, Ethan felt different, more grounded somehow, less reactive. During first period, when a student asked a question he'd already answered, instead of feeling irritated, he simply answered again patiently, recognizing that the student might have been distracted the first time or needed to hear it differently. During third period, when half the class hadn't completed the reading assignment, instead of launching into a frustrated lecture, he asked, with genuine curiosity, what had prevented them from doing the work. Several students mentioned they'd had a major math test to study for. Others admitted they'd found the reading confusing and had given up. Ethan adjusted his lesson plan on the spot, spending time clarifying the difficult passages and helping students understand the context they'd been missing. The class ended up being more engaged than it had been in weeks. By the time fourth period arrived, Ethan noticed his usual dread had diminished. He still felt some anxiety about facing the students who'd been so difficult on Friday, but he also felt more open, more willing to meet them where they were rather than where he wished they would be. He started class by acknowledging that Friday had been rough, that he'd been frustrated and had probably not been at his best as a teacher. The honesty seemed to catch students off guard in a good way. A few actually apologized for being unfocused. Jaden, usually sullen and disengaged, made eye contact and nodded slightly. Ethan suggested they try again with the discussion they'd attempted on Friday. But this time, he started with questions designed to meet students at their actual level of understanding rather than where the curriculum said they should be. The discussion that emerged wasn't brilliant or profound, but it was genuine. Students actually engaged with the text, asking real questions, making connections to their own lives. Ethan felt himself relaxing into the flow of conversation, responding to what students offered, rather than trying to force them toward predetermined conclusions. When the class ended, several students lingered to ask questions or share thoughts, something that hadn't happened in months. Walking back to his classroom after seeing the last student off, Ethan felt a small spark of the joy that had brought him to teaching in the first place. It wasn't the dramatic transformation he might have fantasized about, but it was real, a genuine shift in how he was relating to his work and his students. Over the following weeks, Ethan maintained his morning practice of Tonglen meditation. Some days it felt powerful and meaningful. Other days it felt mechanical and forced. But he kept doing it, and he noticed cumulative effects. His patience with difficult students increased. His ability to stay present during challenging classes improved. He stopped taking students' behavior as personal affronts and started seeing it as information about what they needed. When Jaden was disruptive, instead of sending him to the office immediately, Ethan would sometimes check in with him privately after class, asking if everything was okay. Often Jaden would shrug and say he was fine, but occasionally he'd mention something. A fight with his mom, stress about money, trouble with friends, and Ethan could offer a moment of genuine human connection that seemed to matter. Ethan also started attending a weekly meditation group at a Buddhist center in the city. Wanting to deepen his understanding of the practices James had introduced him to, the teacher there was a woman named Tara who'd been practicing for 30 years. She taught that meditation wasn't about achieving some special state or becoming a perfect person. It was simply about learning to be present with whatever arises, pleasant or unpleasant, with awareness and acceptance rather than resistance and judgment. She talked about the Buddhist concept of loving kindness, the practice of cultivating goodwill toward ourselves and others, even when circumstances are difficult. This didn't mean being naive or passive. It meant meeting reality with wisdom and compassion rather than with aversion and struggle. One evening, after the group session, Ethan spoke with Tara about his experiences teaching and his ongoing struggles with burnout. She listened carefully, then shared a teaching from the Buddhist tradition about the difference between pain and suffering. Pain, she explained, is inevitable in life. If you're a teacher, you'll encounter students who struggle, classes that don't go well, systemic problems you can't fix. That's the pain of the work. Unavoidable if you're engaged and caring, but suffering is what we add through our resistance to that pain. Our stories about what it means, our judgment of ourselves and others, our desperate wish for things to be different than they are. The practice is learning to meet pain with presence and compassion rather than creating additional suffering through resistance. Tara told Ethan about a teaching story from ancient times about a monk who worked as a teacher in a monastery school. The young monks he taught were often restless and unfocused, more interested in playing than studying. The teacher found himself growing increasingly frustrated, feeling like he was failing in his duty to educate them properly. He went to the abbot with his concerns, expecting sympathy and perhaps permission to discipline the students more strictly. Instead, the abbot asked him a simple question. When you teach, who are you trying to satisfy? The students or yourself? The teacher was confused by the question. Both, he said. I want the students to learn, but I also want to be a good teacher. The abbot smiled. Those are two different things, he said. If you're teaching to prove that you're a good teacher, you'll always be frustrated because you can't control how students respond. But if you're teaching because you genuinely want to serve the students' learning, then your satisfaction comes from the quality of your effort, not from their results. The teacher protested. But surely we should want students to actually learn, to show progress. Of course, the abbot agreed. Do your best to teach well. Use all your skill and creativity, but recognize that their learning is ultimately in their hands, not yours. Your job is to create conditions for learning, to offer what you have with genuine care, and to meet each student where they are. Some will flourish, others will struggle. This doesn't reflect your worth as a teacher. It reflects the reality that every person's path is their own. When you can let go of needing specific outcomes to validate yourself, you'll actually become a better teacher because you'll be free to respond to what students actually need rather than what you need them to be. This teaching struck Ethan deeply. He realized how much of his frustration came from using students' performance as a measure of his own adequacy. When classes went well, he felt good about himself. When they struggled, he felt like a failure. But this made his teaching more about him than about the students, creating a subtle but powerful distortion. He was trying to get something from them, validation or proof of his competence, rather than simply offering what he had to give. The shift Tara was pointing to was subtle but profound, doing the work for its own sake, because it was meaningful and important, without needing specific results to justify the effort. In the months that followed, Ethan's relationship with teaching continued to evolve. He still had difficult days, classes that fell flat, students who remained disengaged, no matter what he tried. But these challenges no longer devastated him or made him question his entire career. He'd learned to hold his work more lightly, to give his best effort without making his peace dependent on specific outcomes. He found himself enjoying teaching again, not because it had become easier, but because he'd stopped fighting against its inherent difficulties. He'd accepted that teaching, like any meaningful work, involves frustration and uncertainty alongside moments of connection and breakthrough. The practice was showing up each day with presence and care, trusting that his genuine effort mattered even when results weren't immediately visible. One afternoon in late spring, Ethan was preparing to leave school when Jaden, the student who'd been so angry and defensive all year, knocked on his classroom door. Jaden rarely spoke to him outside of class, so Ethan was surprised. The young man stood awkwardly in the doorway, shifting his weight from foot to foot. Finally, he said he just wanted Ethan to know that he'd gotten into a college program for the fall, something he hadn't thought was possible. He said that Ethan's class had been one of the few places at school where he felt like someone actually saw him as more than just a problem student. He didn't say much more, just a quick thanks before walking away. But Ethan stood there feeling moved in a way he couldn't quite articulate. This was why he taught. These small moments of genuine human connection that couldn't be measured or predicted, but that made all the difficulty worthwhile. As Ethan drove home that evening through Vancouver's rush hour traffic, he thought about how much had changed in the 6 months since his conversation with James at the pub. The external circumstances of his job were largely the same. Class sizes hadn't shrunk. Administrative demands hadn't decreased. Students still struggled with challenges far beyond what any literature class could address. But his relationship to all of it had fundamentally shifted. He'd learned what the Buddhist teachings had been pointing toward all along. That peace doesn't come from controlling circumstances or achieving perfection, but from meeting each moment with presence, acceptance, and compassion. The practice of Tonglen had taught him to remain open-hearted in the face of difficulty rather than protecting himself through distance and resentment. And that openness, paradoxically, had made him both more resilient and more effective as a teacher. Now we will travel to Toronto, Ontario. A woman named Rachel worked as a lawyer at a corporate firm downtown. She specialized in contract law and had built a reputation for her meticulous attention to detail and aggressive negotiation tactics. At 41, she was a senior associate, hoping to make partner within the next 2 years. She worked 70-hour weeks routinely, sacrificing weekends and evenings to billable hours that would support her partnership bid. Rachel had grown up working class in Scarborough, the daughter of immigrants who'd sacrificed everything to give her opportunities they'd never had. Her success felt like vindication of their struggles, proof that their sacrifices had meant something. But it also felt like a burden she could never fully satisfy, a debt she could never completely repay. Rachel's younger sister Maya had taken a completely different path. She'd dropped out of university to travel through Southeast Asia, eventually settling in Thailand, where she taught English and studied meditation at Buddhist monasteries. Their parents were disappointed but had gradually accepted Maya's choices. What bothered Rachel most was how happy Maya seemed, how content with a life that by Rachel's standards looked aimless and irresponsible. Maya lived in a small apartment, earned barely enough to cover expenses, owned almost nothing, and yet every time they video called, she seemed genuinely at peace in a way Rachel had never experienced, despite all her achievements and financial security. One weekend in December, Maya came home to Toronto for the holidays. Rachel picked her up from the airport, shocked by how relaxed and healthy her sister looked. They'd always been close despite their different paths, and as they drove through the city catching up, Rachel felt both happy to see Maya and vaguely resentful of her contentment. That evening, over dinner at their parents' house in Scarborough, the family caught up on each other's lives. Their mother asked Rachel about work, beaming with pride when Rachel mentioned she was being considered for partnership. Their father asked Maya about Thailand, his tone polite, but carrying an undercurrent of concern about when she'd settle down and build a real life. Maya answered with her usual equanimity, describing her teaching work and meditation practice without defensiveness. Later that night, after their parents had gone to bed, Rachel and Maya sat in the living room drinking tea. Rachel found herself confessing something she'd never articulated before. She told Maya that she felt trapped, that every achievement just led to the next goal without any real satisfaction, that she worked constantly but never felt like it was enough, that she was exhausted and burnt out but couldn't imagine stopping because her entire identity was wrapped up in professional success. She'd built her life around achievement and external validation, and now she didn't know how to be any other way. Maya listened without judgment, her expression soft with understanding. Then she asked Rachel a question that would linger for weeks. What would happen if you stopped trying to prove something? Rachel didn't have an answer. She'd never considered that her relentless drive might be about proving something rather than simply pursuing meaningful work. But as she sat with the question over the following days, she recognized the truth in it. She was trying to prove she was worthy of her parents' sacrifices, that she deserved the opportunities they'd given her, that she wasn't squandering the privileges they'd worked so hard to provide. Every case she won, every raise she earned, every accolade she received was meant to demonstrate that she was enough, that she justified her existence. But the validation never lasted. Within days of any achievement, the anxiety would return, the sense that she still hadn't done enough, that she still needed to prove herself again. Before Maya left to return to Thailand, she gave Rachel a book about Buddhist meditation and mindfulness. Rachel was skeptical, dismissing it as the kind of thing that worked for people like Maya, who'd opted out of mainstream society but wouldn't apply to her high-pressure career. But one sleepless night, lying in bed at 2 a.m. with her mind racing about an upcoming trial, she picked up the book and started reading. The first chapter discussed the Buddhist concept of dukkha, often translated as suffering but more accurately meaning unsatisfactoriness, the persistent sense that something is not quite right, that we're not quite complete, that we need something more to be okay. The book described how this unsatisfactoriness drives us to constantly seek satisfaction in external achievements, relationships, possessions, experiences. But the satisfaction we find is always temporary because we're looking in the wrong place. The book explained that true satisfaction, true peace, doesn't come from achieving more or acquiring more or becoming more. It comes from recognizing that we're already complete, already whole, that the sense of deficiency we feel is a misperception rather than reality. We spend our lives trying to fill a hole that was never actually there, trying to become someone we already are. This teaching stopped Rachel cold. She'd built her entire life on the assumption that she needed to achieve certain things to become worthy, to deserve happiness and peace. The idea that she might already be inherently worthy, independent of any accomplishment or external validation, was both liberating and terrifying. If she didn't need to prove herself, then what was driving all this effort? What would motivate her, if not the desperate need to be enough? She kept reading, and the book addressed this exact question. Letting go of the need to prove yourself doesn't mean becoming passive or unmotivated. It means acting from a different place, from genuine interest and care, rather than from fear and inadequacy. When you're no longer driven by the need to validate yourself, you become free to engage with work because it's meaningful and important, not because your worth depends on the outcome. This shift transforms the quality of your effort. You become more creative, more resilient, more genuinely helpful, because you're not constantly worried about how everything reflects on you. The work becomes about the work itself, rather than what it says about you. Over the Christmas break, Rachel started experimenting with the meditation practices described in the book. She'd sit for 15 minutes each morning, following her breath, noticing when her mind wandered to work concerns or self-judgment, and gently bringing attention back to the present moment. The practice was harder than she expected. Her mind was constantly planning, rehearsing, reviewing, imagining future scenarios, or replaying past conversations. Simply being present without an agenda felt almost impossible. But the book emphasized that difficulty was normal, that the wandering mind wasn't a problem, but simply what minds do. The practice was noticing when attention had drifted and returning it to the breath, cultivating the capacity to rest in the present moment rather than constantly living in mental narratives about past and future. After 2 weeks of daily practice, Rachel noticed something shifting. At work, when a colleague criticized one of her contract drafts, her usual reaction would have been defensive anger and secret shame, taking the criticism as evidence of inadequacy. But this time, she felt the familiar emotional reaction arise and recognized it as just that, an emotional reaction, not necessarily truth. She was able to step back slightly and consider whether the criticism had merit without it meaning something fundamental about her worth. The colleague had a good point about one clause that could be clearer. Rachel revised it without the usual spiral of self-judgment. It was a small moment, but it felt significant. A glimpse of a different way of relating to challenges and feedback. She started noticing how much of her suffering came from the stories she told about events rather than the events themselves. A partner at the firm would send a critical email, and Rachel would immediately construct an entire narrative about how this meant she was failing, how she'd never make partner, how she'd disappointed everyone who'd believed in her. But the actual email was just feedback about a specific issue, not a referendum on her entire worth and career. When she could separate the event from her interpretation of it, the event itself was usually manageable. It was her mind's catastrophic storytelling that created the real suffering. This recognition didn't make challenges disappear, but it gave her some space to respond more skillfully rather than being completely overwhelmed. In mid-January, Rachel attended a weekend meditation retreat at a center north of the city. She'd seen it advertised in the back of the book Maya had given her and decided to try it, partly curious and partly desperate for some relief from her relentless mental activity. The retreat was held in silence, with alternating periods of sitting and walking meditation throughout the day. Rachel found the silence uncomfortable at first, her mind filling it with constant internal chatter. But as the hours passed, something began to settle. Without the usual distractions of conversation, work, and entertainment, she became acutely aware of her thought patterns. The repetitive loops of worry and planning and judgment that ran constantly in the background of her consciousness. The retreat teacher was a woman named Judith, who'd practiced Buddhist meditation for 40 years. In the evening Dharma talks, she spoke about the Buddhist teaching of non-self, the recognition that what we call the self is actually a constantly changing process rather than a fixed, solid entity. We identify with our thoughts, our emotions, our roles, our achievements, believing these things define who we are. But thoughts come and go. Emotions arise and pass. Roles change. Achievements become history. What remains constant is the awareness that notices all of these changing phenomena. the consciousness that's present throughout all experiences. When we learn to rest in that awareness rather than constantly identifying with the changing contents of consciousness, we find a stability and peace that doesn't depend on external circumstances. Judith told a teaching story about a merchant in ancient China who'd built a vast trading empire. The merchant was renowned for his wealth and success, respected throughout the region, but he suffered from constant anxiety, always worried about competitors, market conditions, threats to his business. One day, a Zen master visited the city, and the merchant invited him to dinner, hoping to impress the teacher with his success and perhaps receive some wisdom. During the meal, the merchant boasted about his achievements, the number of ships in his fleet, the scope of his trading network, the wealth he'd accumulated. The Zen master listened politely, eating his rice in silence. Finally, the merchant asked what the master thought of his accomplishments. The Zen master looked at him and asked a simple question. "When you're sleeping, where is all of this?" The merchant was confused by the question. The master explained, "In deep sleep, you have no awareness of your wealth, your status, your achievements. In that state, are you somehow less yourself? Are you diminished?" The merchant had to admit he wasn't. In fact, in deep sleep, he experienced a peace he rarely felt while awake. The Zen master nodded. "So perhaps," he said, "your true nature isn't dependent on any of these external things you've been defining yourself by. Perhaps you are complete and whole independent of your achievements, your possessions, your status. The suffering you experience comes from believing you need these things to be okay, from making your peace conditional on circumstances that are inherently unstable and beyond your complete control. The path to genuine peace is recognizing that you already have everything you need, that you've always been complete." The story struck Rachel with unexpected force. She realized she'd been living as if her worth was something she had to earn through achievement, as if she was fundamentally incomplete until she reached some future milestone that would finally prove she was enough. But in moments of genuine rest, in those rare times when her mind quieted and she simply existed without striving, she felt a completeness that all her achievements had never provided. The peace she was seeking had been available all along, not through accomplishing more, but through letting go of the belief that she needed to accomplish anything to be worthy of peace. The retreat ended on Sunday afternoon, and Rachel drove back to Toronto feeling different, lighter somehow. Though nothing external had changed, she returned to work Monday morning with the same cases, the same pressures, the same partnership track looming ahead. But her relationship to it all had shifted subtly. She still cared about doing good work, but she'd stopped using her performance as the ultimate measure of her worth. When she made a mistake on a filing deadline, catching it just in time to correct it, instead of the usual spiral of self-recrimination, she simply acknowledged the error, fixed it, and implemented a new system to prevent similar mistakes. The event was just information, not evidence of some fundamental flaw. Over the following months, Rachel maintained her daily meditation practice, sitting each morning before work. She also started attending weekly sessions at the meditation center where she'd done the retreat. Slowly, almost imperceptibly, her priorities began to shift. She started setting boundaries at work, leaving the office by 7 most evenings instead of staying until 10 or 11. She began saying no to cases that would require her to sacrifice every weekend for months. Some colleagues were surprised, wondering if she was still serious about making partner. But Rachel was discovering that her desperate drive for partnership had been fueled by the need to prove herself rather than genuine desire for the role itself. When she examined what she actually wanted, separate from what she thought she should want, the answer wasn't entirely clear. But it definitely didn't involve sacrificing her health and sanity for a title. One evening in spring, Rachel met Maya for dinner during another of her sister's visits home. As they sat in a Vietnamese restaurant on Spadina, Maya remarked on how different Rachel seemed. More relaxed, more present. Rachel told her about the meditation practice, the retreat, the slowly shifting relationship to work and achievement. Maya smiled and said she'd seen this transformation in many people who started practicing meditation. The change wasn't about becoming someone different, but about letting go of the exhausting effort of trying to be someone you're not. About relaxing into who you already are beneath all the striving and proving. Rachel realized this was true. She hadn't become a different person. She'd simply stopped fighting so hard against herself. Stopped believing she needed to earn the right to exist peacefully. Maya shared that one of her teachers in Thailand used to say that most people spend their lives climbing a ladder, desperately trying to reach the top, only to discover when they finally get there that the ladder was leaning against the wrong building. The insight isn't about abandoning effort or aspiration, but about examining whether you're actually climbing towards something you genuinely want, or just climbing because you've been told that's what success looks like. Rachel recognized herself in this description. She'd been so focused on the ladder, on making partner and achieving success, as defined by her profession and her parents' expectations, that she'd never stopped to ask whether this was actually the life she wanted to build. A few months later, Rachel made a decision that surprised everyone who knew her. She accepted a position at a small non-profit legal clinic serving low-income families in Toronto. The pay was less than half what she'd been making at the corporate firm. The partnership track disappeared. Her parents were confused and concerned, wondering why she'd throw away everything she'd worked for. But Rachel felt more at peace with this decision than with any other choice she'd made in her career. She was doing work that felt meaningful and directly helpful, using her skills to serve people who genuinely needed legal support rather than negotiating contracts for corporations. The stress was still there, the work still challenging, but it came from genuine care rather than from trying to prove her worth through achievement. Her meditation teacher Judith told her that this kind of shift often happens when people deepen their practice. They start to align their lives with their actual values rather than with conditioned beliefs about what they should want. It's not always dramatic, quitting your job and moving to Thailand like Maya had done. Sometimes it's subtle adjustments, small changes that bring your daily life into better alignment with what matters to you. But whether dramatic or subtle, the shift comes from the same place. From learning to listen to your own genuine wisdom rather than constantly seeking validation from external sources, Rachel had learned what the Buddhist teachings had been pointing toward: that you can't find lasting peace by achieving more or acquiring more, because peace isn't something you attain. It's what you discover when you stop believing you need to attain anything. In Edinburgh, Scotland, a man named Callum worked as a general practitioner in a busy medical practice serving a working-class neighborhood. He'd been a doctor for nearly 20 years, and the work had worn him down in ways he hadn't anticipated. He saw patient after patient, each with their own suffering, their own complex medical and social problems that a 10-minute appointment could barely begin to address. The system was overwhelmed, underfunded, stretched impossibly thin. Callum did his best, but he felt like he was bailing water from a sinking ship, never able to provide the quality of care he'd imagined when he first entered medicine. The frustration had calcified into a kind of numb resignation. going through the motions, getting through each day, feeling like he was failing everyone, including himself. What troubled Callum most was his growing cynicism about patients themselves. When someone came in with symptoms that were clearly stress-related or lifestyle-driven, he found himself feeling impatient, thinking that if they just exercise more or drink less or manage their stress better, they wouldn't need to be here. He knew this attitude was unfair and unprofessional. People's lives were complicated, shaped by factors beyond their individual control. But his compassion had eroded after years of seeing the same patterns repeat, the same preventable conditions, the same inability or unwillingness to make necessary changes. He'd become exactly the kind of doctor he'd sworn never to be. Efficient, but cold. Competent, but disconnected. One particularly difficult afternoon, Callum saw an elderly patient named Mrs. MacLeod, who came in complaining of persistent pain that he knew from experience was largely psychosomatic, connected to her social isolation and untreated depression. He'd tried to address these issues before, referring her to mental health services that she'd never followed up with. Today, his patience was exhausted. He gave her a cursory examination, prescribed some pain medication he knew wouldn't really help, and sent her on her way with minimal engagement. As she left, moving slowly with her walker, he felt a wave of self-disgust. This wasn't who he wanted to be. This wasn't why he'd become a doctor. That evening, Callum met his friend Donald for a pint at their usual pub near the Royal Mile. Donald was a retired chaplain who'd worked in hospitals for 30 years before stepping down due to health issues. He'd always been someone Callum could talk to honestly, without the professional mask he wore at work. Over their drinks, Callum confessed his growing cynicism, his sense of failure, the way he'd treated Mrs. MacLeod that afternoon with barely concealed impatience. Donald listened quietly, his weathered face thoughtful. When Callum finished, Donald told him about something that had happened years ago during his own ministry, a crisis that had nearly ended his career. Donald had been working with a family whose teenage daughter had attempted suicide. He'd spent months counseling them, praying with them, offering every resource he could find. Despite all his efforts, the girl made another attempt and succeeded. Donald was devastated, convinced he'd failed catastrophically, that he should have done something different, said something more profound, somehow prevented the tragedy. He sank into depression himself, unable to continue his work, questioning everything about his calling and his faith. A senior chaplain who'd mentored him for years came to visit during this dark period. They sat in Donald's flat, and Donald poured out his guilt and despair. The mentor listened patiently, then told him about a teaching he'd encountered during a sabbatical spent studying with Buddhist monks. The teaching was about the difference between responsibility and control. We are responsible for our intentions, our efforts, our care and compassion, but we don't control outcomes. People make their own choices, influenced by countless factors beyond our awareness or influence. When we confuse responsibility with control, we take on a burden that will destroy us. We imagine that if we'd just tried harder, or been wiser, or said the right thing, we could have prevented suffering. But this is a form of arrogance disguised as care. It assumes we have more power than we actually do. True compassion involves accepting the limits of what we can control while still giving our best effort within those limits. The mentor told Donald about a Buddhist teaching story concerning a healer in a village who was renowned for her skill with herbs and medicines. One monsoon season, a terrible epidemic swept through the region. The healer worked tirelessly, treating everyone who came to her, sharing her knowledge freely, barely sleeping. Despite her efforts, many people died, including children she'd treated with everything she knew. After the epidemic passed, the healer fell into despair. She stopped practicing medicine, stopped leaving her home, convinced that her healing arts were worthless if they couldn't prevent death. Months later, a traveling monk came to the village and heard about the healer's crisis. He went to her home and found her sitting in darkness, surrounded by her unused medicines and herbs. The monk asked the healer why she'd stopped her work. She told him about the epidemic, about all the people she'd failed to save, about the futility of trying to heal when death was inevitable. The monk listened, then asked her a question. When you treated the sick during the epidemic, did any of them experience less suffering because of your care? The healer thought about it. Yes, she admitted. Many people had been in terrible pain before her treatments eased their suffering. Even those who eventually died had experienced some relief and comfort. The monk nodded. Then your work was successful. You eased suffering. That was always the only thing within your power. You were never meant to prevent death, which comes for everyone in time. Your mistake is believing that healing means controlling outcomes, rather than offering compassionate care to whatever is arising in this moment. The monk explained that this confusion, believing we must control outcomes to be successful, is at the root of much suffering among helpers and healers. When we release this impossible standard and instead focus on the quality of our presence and care in each moment, our work becomes sustainable. We can face loss and limitation without being destroyed by them, because we've accepted that these are inherent in the nature of existence, not failures of our skill or compassion. The healer understood then that she'd been measuring her worth by outcomes she'd never fully controlled, setting herself up for inevitable despair. Once she accepted the limits of what was possible while honoring the value of what she could offer, she was able to return to her healing work with renewed purpose and peace. Donald told Callum that this teaching had saved his ministry and probably his life. He'd been trying to prevent suffering, to fix people, to control outcomes that were never his to control. When he learned to focus instead on the quality of his presence and care, accepting that people would make their own choices and follow their own paths, his work became bearable again. He could show up fully for people in crisis without being destroyed when things didn't turn out the way he hoped. He still felt sadness when people suffered, still wished he could do more, but he no longer carried the crushing weight of believing their outcomes determined his worth or reflected the value of his care. Callum sat with this for a long moment, feeling something shift inside him. He'd been doing exactly what Donald described, measuring his success as a doctor by whether patients got better and stayed better, becoming cynical when they didn't follow his advice or couldn't overcome the complex factors driving their health problems. He thought about Mrs. McLeod, about his impatience with her that afternoon. She was lonely and depressed, dealing with chronic pain that was real, even if its primary causes were psychological and social. He couldn't fix her loneliness. He couldn't cure her depression with a 10-minute appointment, but he could offer genuine presence and compassion in those 10 minutes. He could listen to her with real attention. He could acknowledge her suffering without needing to make it disappear. That had always been within his power. But he dismissed it as insufficient because it didn't produce the dramatic results he thought medical care should achieve. Donald suggested that Callum might benefit from the same practices that had helped him years ago. He mentioned a Buddhist meditation center in Leith that offered classes specifically for healthcare workers, focusing on cultivating compassion and resilience in the face of suffering. Callum was skeptical, but intrigued enough to attend an introductory session the following week. The class was led by a palliative care nurse named Fiona, who'd practiced Buddhist meditation for 15 years. She spoke about her own journey from burnout to a more sustainable way of engaging with difficult work. She taught a simple practice of mindful breathing, bringing attention to the physical sensations of breath entering and leaving the body. When the mind wandered, which it constantly did, the instruction was simply to notice without judgment and return attention to the breath. This simple practice, Fiona explained, was training in being present with what is, rather than constantly living in thoughts about what was or what might be. Over time, this capacity for presence extended beyond formal meditation into daily life, allowing you to meet each moment, each patient, each challenge with fuller attention and less reactivity. Callum started attending the weekly meditation group, sitting with healthcare workers from across Edinburgh who were all grappling with similar challenges. There was something profoundly normalizing about being in a room with other doctors, nurses, therapists, and social workers who understood the particular strain of caring for people in systems that were fundamentally overwhelmed. During the sharing time after meditation, people would talk honestly about their struggles, their moments of impatience or disconnection, their fear of becoming hardened or burning out completely. Fiona would acknowledge these difficulties while pointing back to the practice. The simple act of noticing when you disconnected and choosing to reconnect, over and over, without judgment. After several weeks of practice, Callum began noticing shifts in his clinical work. One morning, he had an appointment with a patient named Tom, a man in his 40s who came in regularly with vague complaints that never quite added up to a clear diagnosis. In the past, Callum would have felt frustrated, rushing through the appointment, treating Tom as a waste of time. But this time, instead of immediately trying to solve the medical puzzle or dismiss the symptoms, Callum simply listened. He gave Tom his full attention, noticing the man's anxious body language, the way his hands trembled slightly. After Tom described his symptoms, Callum asked gently if there was anything else going on in his life, any stress or worry he was carrying. Tom was quiet for a moment, then began talking about his father, who'd recently been diagnosed with dementia, the strain of trying to care for him while working full-time, the fear of watching his father disappear piece by piece. As he spoke, tears ran down his face. Callum realized that Tom's vague physical symptoms were his body's way of expressing the overwhelming stress and grief he didn't know how to process. They talked for 20 minutes, well over the appointment time, and Callum connected Tom with counseling resources and a caregiver support group. When Tom left, he looked lighter, relieved simply to have been heard and seen. Callum felt something he hadn't experienced in years, the genuine satisfaction of having truly helped someone, not by fixing their problem, but by being present with them in their difficulty. Over the following months, Callum's approach to medicine gradually transformed. He was still working within the same broken system, still dealing with impossible caseloads and insufficient resources, but he'd stopped resenting patients for having problems he couldn't solve. He'd learned to offer what he could, genuine presence and care in each appointment, without making his sense of purpose dependent on outcomes beyond his control. With Mrs. MacLeod, whom he'd treated so dismissively that difficult afternoon, he made a point of spending extra time during her next visit, really listening to her talk about her loneliness since her husband had died, acknowledging how difficult it must be. He couldn't cure her isolation, but he could witness it with compassion. That turned out to matter more than he'd realized. Callum also started incorporating brief mindfulness practices into his workday, taking 3 conscious breaths between patients, using the walk from his office to the examination room as an opportunity to reset his attention, to let go of the previous appointment and arrive fully present for the next person. These small practices created spaciousness in what had felt like a relentless grind. He began to see his work not as a series of problems to solve, but as a series of moments to inhabit with awareness and care. Some patients got better, some didn't. Some followed his advice, some ignored it, but all of them deserved his full presence and compassion. And offering that was something he could do regardless of outcome. One evening at the meditation group, Fiona shared a teaching about the Buddhist concept of mudita, which translates roughly as sympathetic joy, the ability to feel happiness at others' good fortune without comparing it to your own situation. But there's also a deeper aspect of mudita, she explained, which is finding joy in the simple act of serving, in offering care and kindness regardless of result. When we can let go of needing our efforts to produce specific outcomes and instead find satisfaction in the quality of our intention and presence, our work becomes inherently rewarding. We're no longer dependent on external validation or visible success. The joy comes from the doing itself, from showing up with our whole hearts, even when circumstances are difficult. Callum recognized this as what he'd begun to experience. He was finding genuine satisfaction in his medical practice again, not because patients were suddenly getting better or the system had improved, but because he'd reconnected with the original impulse that had drawn him to medicine, the desire to ease suffering and serve people during vulnerable moments. That impulse had always been there, but it had gotten buried under years of frustration and impossible expectations. By releasing his attachment to controlling outcomes and instead focusing on the quality of his care in each moment, he'd rediscovered why this work mattered to him. The external circumstances hadn't changed, but his relationship to them had transformed completely. And that made all the difference. In Minneapolis, Minnesota, a woman named Nicole worked as a high school guidance counselor in a public school serving a diverse neighborhood. She was 53 years old and had been in this role for almost 25 years, helping students navigate college applications, family crises, mental health challenges, and the general chaos of adolescence. Nicole had always cared deeply about her students, often going far beyond her job requirements to support them. She'd write recommendation letters on weekends, meet with students during her lunch breaks, take calls from worried parents late into the evening. Her dedication was genuine, but it had also led to a kind of enmeshment where she felt personally responsible for every student's outcome. When students succeeded, getting into good colleges or overcoming difficult circumstances, Nicole felt proud and validated. But when they struggled, dropping out or making choices she considered self-destructive, she felt like she'd personally failed them. This pattern had intensified over recent years as she watched social media posts from former students, seeing some thrive while others seemed to be struggling or lost. She found herself obsessing over the ones who were struggling, replaying interactions from years ago, wondering what she could have said or done differently to put them on a better path. The weight of this vicarious responsibility was exhausting, and Nicole had started to feel resentful of the very students she was trying to help. Her partner Susan had noticed the change. The way Nicole would come home from work emotionally drained. The way she couldn't stop talking about certain students and their problems. The way she seemed to carry their pain as if it were her own. Susan suggested gently that perhaps Nicole needed better boundaries. some way to care about students without taking on responsibility for their entire lives. But Nicole didn't know how to do that. Caring deeply was who she was. She couldn't just turn it off. To care less felt like betraying her values, like becoming cold and indifferent. So she continued carrying the weight, growing more exhausted and resentful with each passing month. One cold February afternoon, Nicole was walking around Lake of the Isles, trying to clear her head after a particularly difficult day. A former student she'd worked closely with 5 years ago had been arrested for drug possession. She'd seen it on the news and felt gutted, replaying all their conversations, wondering if she'd missed warning signs, if she could have intervened more forcefully. Lost in these thoughts, she nearly collided with a woman walking in the opposite direction. They both apologized, and something about the woman's kind, steady presence made Nicole start crying right there on the path. The woman, whose name was Anita, guided Nicole to a bench overlooking the frozen lake and simply sat with her while she cried. When Nicole finally composed herself enough to speak, she found herself telling this stranger everything about her former student, about the crushing weight of feeling responsible for so many young lives, about not knowing how to care without being destroyed by caring. Anita listened with complete attention, her face reflecting genuine compassion without pity. When Nicole finished, Anita shared that she'd experienced something similar years ago when she worked as a social worker in child protective services. She'd carried the weight of every case, every child, until it had broken her health and nearly destroyed her marriage. What saved her, she said, was discovering Buddhist teachings about compassion and boundaries, about the difference between empathy that drowns you and compassion that sustains you. Anita explained that she'd learned about a concept called idiot compassion, a term from the Tibetan Buddhist tradition. It sounds harsh, she said, but it describes the kind of compassion that actually enables suffering rather than alleviating it. The compassion that comes from our own need to feel like we're helping rather than from wisdom about what actually serves others. When we take on responsibility for other people's choices and paths, when we try to save them from natural consequences or protect them from all difficulty, we're often acting from our own anxiety and need for control rather than from genuine care. True compassion, she explained, involves offering support and care while respecting people's autonomy and their right to make their own mistakes and learn their own lessons. Nicole felt defensive at first, insisting that she wasn't trying to control her students, just help them. But as Anita gently probed, asking questions about how Nicole's involvement actually affected students versus how it affected Nicole herself, something began to crack open. Nicole realized that much of her anguish came not from students' actual suffering but from what their struggles meant to her, from her need to be the person who saved them, from her identity as someone who made a difference. When students succeeded, it validated her. When they struggled, it threatened her sense of purpose and worth. She turned their lives into measures of her own adequacy, which was a subtle form of using them for her own needs rather than purely serving theirs. Anita told Nicole about a teaching story from the Buddhist tradition about a master archer who had a student who struggled terribly with his practice. The student would tense up before every shot, desperately wanting to hit the target to prove himself to his teacher. His arrows would fly wild, missing badly, and he'd become increasingly frustrated and discouraged. The master watched this pattern for months without intervening. Finally, he called the student over and asked him a question. "When you shoot, who are you shooting for?" The student was confused. "For you, Master. To show I've learned your teachings." The master shook his head. That's why you're missing. You're shooting to prove something rather than simply shooting. Your attachment to the outcome is what's interfering with your ability to perform the action skillfully. The master told the student to practice shooting with a blindfold, so he couldn't see whether he hit the target or not. Just focus on the form, the breath, the release. The master instructed, let go of caring about results. The student practiced this way for weeks, and something shifted. Without the pressure of seeing immediate results, he relaxed into the process itself, finding a flow and ease he'd never experienced before. When the master finally removed the blindfold, the student's arrows were hitting the target consistently. He'd become a skilled archer, not by trying harder to control outcomes, but by releasing his attachment to outcomes and focusing purely on the quality of his action in each moment. Anita said this teaching had transformed her social work. She still cared deeply about the children and families she served. She still gave her best effort to every case. But she'd stopped measuring her worth by whether people's lives turned out the way she hoped they would. She offered what she could offer: genuine care and competent service, and then released attachment to the results. Some families thrived with support. Others made choices she wished they wouldn't. None of it reflected on her fundamental worth or the value of her work. This shift allowed her to sustain her career for another decade after nearly burning out. And more importantly, it made her actually more effective, because she was responding to what people genuinely needed, rather than what she needed them to need. Nicole sat on the bench as the winter sun began to set, turning the frozen lake golden. She felt something loosening in her chest, a recognition that the way she'd been approaching her work wasn't sustainable and maybe wasn't even truly helpful. Anita gave her the name of a meditation center in South Minneapolis that offered classes on mindfulness and compassion, suggesting that Nicole might find support there for developing a different relationship to her caring work. They exchanged numbers, and Anita invited Nicole to contact her anytime. As they parted ways, Nicole felt a small spark of hope that perhaps there was a way to care deeply without destroying herself in the process. Over the following weeks, Nicole began attending meditation classes at the center Anita had recommended. The teacher was a former psychologist named Robert who specialized in teaching healthcare workers and other helping professionals. He taught about the difference between empathy and compassion, explaining that empathy involves feeling what another person feels, taking on their emotional state, while compassion involves recognizing suffering and responding with care without losing your own center. Empathy can be exhausting and overwhelming, especially for people whose work involves constant exposure to others' pain. Compassion is sustainable because it maintains appropriate boundaries while still offering genuine care. Robert introduced a practice called loving kindness meditation, which involved silently repeating phrases of well-wishing for yourself and others. The practice started with directing kindness toward yourself, which Nicole found surprisingly difficult. She'd spent so many years focused on others that turning care toward herself felt selfish and uncomfortable. But Robert explained that self-compassion wasn't selfish. It was essential. You can't pour from an empty cup, he said. If you don't care for yourself with the same kindness you extend to students, you'll eventually have nothing left to give. The practice involved repeating phrases like, "May I be safe," "May I be healthy," "May I be happy," "May I live with ease," allowing yourself to genuinely receive these wishes rather than just rushing through them to get to caring for others. After establishing a foundation of self-compassion, the practice expanded to include others: students, colleagues, difficult people, and eventually all beings. Nicole found that when she practiced this way regularly, something shifted in how she related to her students. She still cared about them deeply, but the care felt lighter, less desperate, less entangled with her own needs and anxieties. She could wish genuinely for their well-being while accepting that their paths were their own to walk, that their choices were theirs to make, that their outcomes didn't define her worth or the value of what she offered them. Several months into her meditation practice, Nicole had a significant moment with a current student named Deshawn, a bright senior who'd been accepted to several good colleges but was considering not going because his single mother needed help with his younger siblings. Nicole's old pattern would have been to take this on as her personal mission, to find scholarships, arrange childcare resources, convince Deshawn and his mother that college was essential, essentially trying to orchestrate the outcome she believed was right. Instead, she sat with Deshawn and simply listened to his concerns without immediately trying to fix or solve anything. She asked questions about what he wanted, what mattered most to him, what he saw as his options. As they talked, Nicole realized that Deshawn wasn't asking her to solve his dilemma. He was working through a genuinely difficult decision that had no clear right answer. He loved his family and felt responsible for helping them. He also wanted to pursue his education and the opportunities it would bring. Both impulses were valid and honorable. Nicole's role wasn't to tell him what to do or to take away the difficulty of the choice. Her role was to help him think through his options clearly, to connect him with resources that might expand those options, and to support him in making his own decision. At the end of their conversation, she told him something she'd never said to a student before. "Whatever you decide, I trust that you'll make the choice that's right for you and your family. I'm here to support you, but this is your life and your decision." Deshawn looked surprised and then relieved. He'd been carrying the weight of trying to figure out what everyone else wanted him to do. Nicole's trust in his own wisdom freed him to actually think clearly about what he wanted. A week later, he came back to tell her he'd decided to attend a local university where he could live at home and help his family while still pursuing his degree. It wasn't the outcome Nicole would have chosen for him if she'd been orchestrating things. She thought he should go away to college, have the full university experience, focus on his own development. But she recognized that this was her preference based on her own values and background, not necessarily what was best for Deshawn in his actual circumstances. She congratulated him genuinely and helped him complete his enrollment paperwork. 6 months later, Deshawn stopped by her office to tell her he was thriving at the university, maintaining excellent grades while still being present for his family, and that he felt good about his choice. Nicole felt genuine joy for him without needing his success to validate her work. But what struck her more was a moment several weeks after that conversation when she learned that another former student, a young woman she'd worked closely with 3 years ago, had dropped out of the college Nicole had helped her get into and was working at a retail job. The old Nicole would have been devastated, replaying every interaction, spiraling into guilt and self-blame. This time, she felt sadness and concern, but not personal failure. She'd offered good guidance and genuine support. What this young woman chose to do with that support was ultimately up to her, shaped by factors Nicole couldn't know or control. Nicole started sharing what she was learning with colleagues at school, several of whom were experiencing similar burnout and resentment. She organized an informal meditation group that met before school once a week, and a handful of teachers and counselors began attending. They'd sit together for 20 minutes, practicing mindful breathing and loving kindness meditation, then spend 10 minutes sharing their experiences and challenges. The group created a space of genuine support where people could acknowledge the difficulty of educational work without pretending it should be easy, where they could care deeply about students while recognizing the limits of what they could control. One teacher remarked that the practice had helped her let go of taking students' behavior personally, recognizing that a student's disengagement or disrespect usually reflected their own struggles rather than her inadequacy as a teacher. Nicole's relationship with Susan improved significantly as well. She came home from work less emotionally flooded, more able to be present for their life together rather than constantly preoccupied with students' problems. Susan noticed that Nicole seemed lighter, more herself, able to enjoy their evenings and weekends without the constant undercurrent of anxiety and rumination. They started taking walks around the chain of lakes again, something they'd loved earlier in their relationship but had abandoned as Nicole became increasingly consumed by work. During these walks, they'd talk about their lives, their plans, their relationship, rather than Nicole obsessively processing student crises. Susan said one evening that she felt like she'd gotten her partner back, that Nicole seemed more whole and present than she had in years. One spring afternoon, Nicole received a Facebook message from a former student named Jasmine who'd graduated 8 years earlier. Nicole remembered Jasmine vividly, a brilliant student from a difficult family situation who'd earned a full scholarship to a prestigious university. But Jasmine had struggled there, feeling isolated and out of place, and had dropped out after 2 years. Nicole had been heartbroken at the time, feeling like she'd failed this incredibly talented young woman. The message from Jasmine explained that she'd spent several years working various jobs, traveling, figuring out who she was outside the achievement track Nicole and others had set for her. She'd eventually gone back to school on her own terms, studying environmental science at a state university, and was now working for a conservation organization doing work she loved. Jasmine's message thanked Nicole for the support and guidance she'd provided, acknowledging that it had been invaluable even though Jasmine's path hadn't looked the way either of them had expected. She wrote that dropping out of the prestigious university had felt like failure at the time, but had actually been necessary for her to discover what she genuinely wanted rather than what she thought she should want. The detour had led her to work she found meaningful and fulfilling. Nicole read the message with tears in her eyes, but they were tears of joy rather than the tears of guilt and regret she would have cried years earlier. She understood now that Jasmine's journey was her own, that the seeming failure had been part of her path to finding genuine purpose, that Nicole's role had been to offer support and care without needing to control the destination. She wrote back to Jasmine, congratulating her and expressing how happy she was to hear about the work Jasmine was doing. She didn't mention her own years of guilt and self-recrimination over Jasmine's choices. That had been Nicole's suffering, her own pattern of taking on responsibility that wasn't hers to carry. What mattered now was celebrating Jasmine's success and the winding path that had led her there. Nicole realized that this was what the Buddhist teachings had been pointing toward all along. The recognition that we can offer our best to others, our care and wisdom and support, while trusting that each person's path is ultimately their own to walk. Our work is to show up with presence and compassion, not to control outcomes or validate ourselves through others' success. In Calgary, Alberta, a man named Connor worked as a firefighter with the city's emergency services department. He'd been on the job for 12 years and had seen things that most people never have to witness. Fatal car accidents, house fires where not everyone made it out, medical emergencies where he'd performed CPR, knowing it probably wouldn't be enough. Connor had always prided himself on his mental toughness. his ability to compartmentalize and move on from difficult calls. He'd show up at scenes, do whatever needed to be done, then go home and try not to think about it. For years, this approach seemed to work. He functioned well at his job, maintained his relationships, appeared to everyone around him to be handling the stress just fine. But about 18 months ago, something started to change. Connor began having trouble sleeping, lying awake, replaying calls from weeks or even months earlier. During the day, he'd experience sudden waves of anxiety for no apparent reason. His heart racing, palms sweating, feeling like something terrible was about to happen. He'd snap at his wife Amanda over small things, then feel guilty and withdrawn. He started drinking more, a couple of beers after work turning into 4 or 5. Telling himself it helped him relax, but knowing on some level that he was trying to numb something he didn't want to face. Amanda grew increasingly worried, suggesting he talk to someone, maybe see a therapist. But Connor resisted. He wasn't weak. He didn't need help. He just needed to toughen up and push through. One night in late autumn, Connor's crew responded to a call about a structure fire in a residential neighborhood. When they arrived, the house was fully engulfed, flames shooting through the roof. Neighbors reported that everyone had made it out safely. But as Connor and his team began their approach, they heard screaming from inside. Someone was still in there. Connor didn't hesitate. He went in with his partner, moving through smoke and heat, searching. They found a teenage boy in an upstairs bedroom, disoriented and terrified. Connor grabbed him and carried him out, making it through the door just as part of the ceiling collapsed behind them. The boy survived with minor smoke inhalation. Everyone said Connor was a hero, but sitting in the fire truck afterward, Connor couldn't stop shaking. His hands trembled so badly he couldn't hold his water bottle. That night, Connor couldn't sleep at all. Every time he closed his eyes, he saw the burning house, felt the heat, heard the ceiling collapsing. He got up around 3 in the morning and sat in his kitchen in the dark, finally admitting to himself that something was seriously wrong. The compartmentalization strategy that had worked for years had stopped working. All the trauma he'd been stuffing down was breaking through, and he didn't know how to deal with it. When Amanda found him there in the morning, still sitting in the dark, she didn't say, "I told you so." She just sat with him and held his hand. Then she told him about a program she'd heard about for first responders dealing with PTSD and occupational stress. It was run through a wellness center that incorporated mindfulness and meditation practices along with traditional therapy. Connor was still resistant, but he was also desperate. He agreed to try it. The program was led by a psychologist named Dr. Sarah Chen, who'd worked extensively with military veterans and first responders. She started by normalizing what Connor was experiencing, explaining that his symptoms weren't weakness or failure, but a natural human response to repeated exposure to trauma. The human nervous system wasn't designed to witness the kind of suffering and danger that first responders encounter regularly. What Connor had been calling toughness was actually avoidance, pushing down natural responses that needed to be acknowledged and processed. That avoidance might work temporarily, but eventually the suppressed material breaks through, often in ways that feel overwhelming and uncontrollable. True resilience, Dr. Chen explained, doesn't come from suppressing our responses, but from learning to be present with them, to allow difficult emotions and memories to move through us rather than getting stuck. Dr. Chen introduced Connor to a practice from the Buddhist tradition called RAIN, an acronym for recognize, allow, investigate, and nurture. When difficult emotions or memories arise, the first step is simply recognizing them, naming what's happening. I'm feeling anxious. I'm remembering that call. The second step is allowing the experience to be present without trying to push it away or fix it immediately. The third step is investigating with curiosity rather than judgment, noticing where you feel the emotion in your body, what thoughts accompany it, what it needs. The final step is nurturing yourself with the same kindness you'd offer a good friend who was struggling. Connor found this practice incredibly difficult at first. His entire conditioning was about pushing through, not dwelling on things, staying tough, allowing himself to actually feel fear or sadness or grief felt dangerous. Like if he started, he might not be able to stop. But Dr. Chen assured him that emotions, when allowed to be fully felt and acknowledged, actually move through us naturally. It's only when we resist them that they get stuck and create ongoing suffering. She had Connor start with small things, moments of irritation or mild anxiety, practicing the rain technique. He'd notice the feeling, allow it to be there, investigate what it felt like in his body, and offer himself some kindness. Gradually, he built the capacity to be present with more difficult material. Memories from traumatic calls that he'd been avoiding for years. What he discovered surprised him. When he actually let himself remember and feel, rather than running away or numbing out, the memories lost some of their overwhelming power. They were still sad or frightening, but they became integrated experiences rather than haunting fragments. Connor also started attending a weekly meditation group specifically for first responders that met at the wellness center. Sitting in a circle with other firefighters, paramedics, and police officers, all practicing mindful breathing together, Connor felt less alone than he had in years. During the sharing time after meditation, people talked honestly about their struggles, the calls that haunted them, the ways they'd tried to cope, the toll the work had taken on their relationships and mental health. There was no posturing or toughness in these conversations, just genuine human beings acknowledging difficulty and supporting each other. One veteran firefighter said something that stuck with Connor. He said that for years he'd thought being strong meant not being affected by the work. But he'd learned that real strength was being able to face what the work stirred up in him, to feel it fully and keep his heart open rather than shutting down and going numb. Over the following months, Connor's relationship with his work transformed. He still responded to difficult calls, still witnessed trauma and suffering, but he developed the capacity to be present with his responses rather than suppressing them. After particularly hard calls, he'd take a few minutes to sit in his car and practice the rain technique, acknowledging what he was feeling, allowing it to be there, investigating it with curiosity, and offering himself compassion. He started talking more openly with Amanda about his experiences, sharing his struggles rather than pretending everything was fine. She told him she felt closer to him than she had in years, that his willingness to be vulnerable made her feel like she could actually support him rather than watching helplessly as he suffered alone. Connor also began talking with younger firefighters on his crew about the importance of processing trauma rather than just toughing it out. He'd share his own story, how years of compartmentalization had eventually caught up with him, how learning to be present with difficult emotions had actually made him more resilient rather than weaker. Some of the younger guys were receptive, others dismissed it as touchy-feely nonsense. Connor didn't take it personally. He understood that people needed to find their own path, their own timing for this kind of work. He simply made himself available, letting them know that if they ever needed to talk or wanted information about the wellness program, he was there. One afternoon, Connor's crew responded to a fatal motorcycle accident. The rider had died on impact, and there was nothing they could do except secure the scene and wait for the coroner. It was the kind of call that used to haunt Connor for days. The senseless tragedy of it. The life ended in an instant. He still felt sadness and the weight of witnessing death, but he didn't try to push the feelings away or numb them with alcohol later. He acknowledged the grief, the reminder of life's fragility, the compassion he felt for the stranger whose life had just ended and the family who'd soon receive devastating news. He allowed these feelings to be present, and remarkably, they didn't overwhelm him. They moved through him like weather, intense but passing. That evening at home, Connor told Amanda about the call. She listened quietly, holding his hand. Then she told him how much she appreciated his willingness to share these experiences with her, to let her be part of his inner world. Connor realized that by trying to protect her from the darkness of his work, he'd actually created distance between them. Now, by being honest and vulnerable, he was allowing genuine intimacy. They were facing life's difficulties together, rather than him carrying everything alone. This sharing didn't burden Amanda the way he'd feared it would. Instead, it deepened their connection and gave her a way to actually support him. Dr. Chen told Connor during one of their sessions that what he was learning was an ancient teaching from Buddhist psychology about the nature of suffering and healing. She explained that Buddhism identifies two kinds of pain. There's the unavoidable pain that comes from being alive and aware. The pain of loss, aging, illness, witnessing suffering, all the difficulties inherent in human existence. This pain is what Buddhists call the first arrow. Then there's the suffering we create through our resistance to that pain. Our stories about it, our attempts to avoid or suppress it, our judgment of ourselves for feeling it. This is the second arrow, and it often causes more suffering than the original pain. Connor had been shooting himself with the second arrow for years. The traumatic calls were the first arrow, unavoidable given his profession. But then he'd add layers of suffering by telling himself he shouldn't be affected, by suppressing his natural responses, by judging himself as weak for having feelings, by isolating himself and numbing out. All of that was optional suffering that he'd been creating through his relationship with the inevitable pain of his work. Learning to acknowledge the first arrow without adding the second arrow didn't make the pain disappear, but it made it manageable. He could be a firefighter who witnessed trauma and felt its impact while still maintaining his well-being and his relationships. The two weren't mutually exclusive. Dr. Chen shared a teaching story about a warrior in ancient times who was renowned for his courage in battle. People assumed his fearlessness came from not feeling afraid. But one day, a young soldier asked him directly how he managed to stay so calm when facing death. The warrior laughed and said he felt terrified every time he went into battle. The fear was always there, his heart racing, his hands trembling, his mind screaming at him to run. The difference was that he'd learned not to resist the fear or let it control his actions. He acknowledged it, felt it fully in his body, and then made conscious choices about how to respond, rather than being driven by the fear or exhausting himself trying to suppress it. The young soldier was confused. If you feel that afraid, how do you keep fighting? The warrior explained that courage isn't the absence of fear, but the willingness to feel fear and act wisely anyway. When you try to suppress fear, you create inner conflict that drains your energy and clouds your judgment. But when you accept fear as a natural response to danger, you can work with it rather than against it. The fear actually provides useful information, sharpening your senses, preparing your body for action. The practice is feeling the fear completely while not being controlled by it, letting it move through you while staying rooted in your deeper intention and values. Connor recognized his own experience in this teaching. He'd thought being a good firefighter meant not being affected by the work, maintaining an iron emotional control. But that approach had nearly destroyed him. What he was learning now was that he could feel everything: the fear, the sadness, the horror of what he sometimes witnessed, and still function effectively. In fact, allowing himself to feel made him more present and responsive rather than operating from a numb, dissociated state. The emotions weren't problems to be eliminated, but natural human responses that could be acknowledged and integrated. This was true resilience, not the brittle toughness that eventually cracks, but a genuine flexibility that could bend without breaking. A year after starting the wellness program, Connor was asked to speak at a training session for new recruits about mental health and trauma in firefighting. He stood in front of the room feeling nervous but committed to being honest. He told them about his years of struggling alone, about the drinking and the insomnia and the anxiety that had finally broken through. He told them about learning to be present with difficult emotions rather than suppressing them, about the practices that had helped him develop genuine resilience. He emphasized that asking for help wasn't weakness but wisdom, that processing trauma was part of the job just as much as physical training and technical skills. Some of the recruits looked skeptical. Others looked relieved, like he'd given them permission to be human. After the talk, a young recruit approached Connor privately and thanked him. He said his father had been a firefighter who'd struggled with PTSD and eventually died by suicide. The family had never understood what he was going through, why he couldn't just handle it. Hearing Connor talk about these issues openly, from a place of having worked through them, meant everything to this young man who was entering the same profession that had destroyed his father. Connor felt the weight of that conversation, the importance of breaking the silence around trauma and mental health in their field. He realized that his own struggle and healing had given him something valuable to offer others. Not just his technical skills as a firefighter, but his hard-won understanding of how to remain whole while doing difficult work. As Connor drove home that evening through Calgary's winter streets, he thought about how radically his life had changed over the past year. The external circumstances were largely the same. He still had the same job, responded to the same kinds of calls, faced the same dangers and difficulties, but his relationship to all of it had fundamentally transformed. He'd learned what the Buddhist teachings had been pointing toward, that suffering comes not primarily from external circumstances, but from our resistance to those circumstances, from our unwillingness to feel what we feel and be present with our actual experience. By learning to face his pain rather than running from it, to feel his fear rather than suppressing it, to acknowledge his vulnerability rather than armoring himself against it, he'd found a peace and wholeness that all his toughness had never provided. In San Diego, California, a woman named Veronica owned a small bakery in the North Park neighborhood that she'd built from nothing over the past decade. She'd started as a home baker, selling bread and pastries at farmers markets, slowly building a reputation for her sourdough and croissants. 5 years ago, she'd taken the leap and opened her own shop, pouring her life savings and every waking hour into making it succeed. The bakery had become her entire identity, her purpose, the thing she pointed to when people asked what she did with her life. She was proud of what she'd created, the loyal customer base, the consistent quality, the warm atmosphere that made people want to linger over their coffee and pastries. But the past year had been increasingly difficult. A corporate coffee chain had opened 2 blocks away, offering cheaper baked goods and convenient parking. Her rent had increased by 30% when her lease renewed. Supply costs kept rising while she hesitated to raise prices, afraid of losing customers. Veronica was working 16-hour days, arriving at 4 in the morning to start baking and staying late to handle accounting and cleaning. She'd stopped seeing friends, stopped exercising, stopped doing anything that wasn't directly related to keeping the bakery alive. Her boyfriend Jake had moved out 6 months ago, tired of coming second to a business that seemed to be consuming her. Veronica had been hurt but also relieved. She didn't have energy for a relationship anyway. One morning in early December, Veronica was in the kitchen preparing dough when she felt a sharp pain in her chest. Her left arm went numb, and she couldn't catch her breath. Her assistant, Mira, found her leaning against the counter, pale and sweating, and immediately called an ambulance. At the emergency room, after hours of tests, the doctors determined it wasn't a heart attack, but a severe panic attack combined with physical exhaustion. They told her bluntly that she needed to slow down, that she was running herself into the ground, that if she didn't make changes, she was heading for serious health problems. Veronica nodded and agreed, but internally she was thinking about all the orders she needed to fill, all the work piling up while she sat in the hospital. The doctor, an older woman named Dr. Patel, seemed to read her thoughts. She sat down and asked Veronica a direct question. What would happen if you closed the bakery? Veronica felt panic rising again. She couldn't close the bakery. It was everything she'd worked for, her entire purpose and identity. Dr. Patel nodded sympathetically. I understand, she said, but I'm asking you to actually consider the question. Not what you'd lose, but what might become possible. What would you do if you couldn't run the bakery anymore? Veronica had no answer. She'd never allowed herself to imagine that possibility. Dr. Patel told Veronica about her own experience years ago when she'd been forced to take medical leave from her practice due to burnout. She'd thought her identity was completely wrapped up in being a doctor, in being needed and useful. The idea of stepping away had felt like death. But during her leave, she discovered meditation and Buddhist philosophy through a friend's recommendation. One teaching in particular had changed everything for her. It was the Buddhist concept of attachment and how much suffering comes from clinging to things that are inherently impermanent. Our jobs, our identities, our ideas about how life should be. We build our entire sense of self around these external things. And then we suffer tremendously when they change or threaten to change, which they inevitably do. Dr. Patel explained that she'd realized her desperate clinging to her identity as a doctor was actually making her less effective at her work and destroying her health. When she learned to hold her role more lightly, to see it as something she did rather than who she was fundamentally, everything shifted. She could still care deeply about her patients and give her best effort, but her well-being no longer depended entirely on her professional success. This paradoxically made her a better doctor because she was less driven by ego and fear, more able to be present with patients and make clear decisions. She suggested that Veronica might benefit from exploring these teachings, perhaps through a local meditation center or Buddhist community. Veronica was skeptical but desperate enough to consider anything. After leaving the hospital, Veronica took 3 days off from the bakery for the first time in 2 years. Mira and her other employees managed without her, which Veronica found both reassuring and vaguely threatening. On the second day, unable to sit still with her own thoughts, she looked up meditation centers in San Diego and found one in Hillcrest that offered drop-in sessions. She went that evening, expecting something mystical and strange, but found instead a simple room with cushions on the floor and about 15 people sitting quietly. The teacher, a woman named Lauren, led them through basic mindfulness meditation, bringing attention to the breath and the body, noticing when the mind wandered, and gently returning focus to the present moment. Veronica found it almost impossible to sit still. Her mind raced with thoughts about the bakery, mentally reviewing recipes and customer orders and financial spreadsheets. But Lauren's instructions were gentle and non-judgmental. She emphasized that the wandering mind wasn't a problem, that the practice was simply noticing when attention had drifted and bringing it back, over and over, building the muscle of awareness. During the discussion after meditation, someone asked Lauren how to deal with anxiety about the future. Lauren talked about the Buddhist teaching that most of our suffering happens in our minds, in our thoughts about the past and future, rather than in the actual present moment. Right now, in this moment. Are you okay? Usually, the answer is yes. It's our thoughts about what might happen or what has happened that create the suffering, not the actual present moment itself. Veronica realized with a jolt that this was exactly her experience. Sitting in the meditation room, in that actual moment, she was fine. She was breathing, healthy, safe. The crisis existed entirely in her thoughts about the bakery's future, her fears about failure, her anxiety about losing what she'd built. The actual present moment was neutral, even peaceful. This recognition didn't solve her problems, but it created a tiny space of relief. A moment where she could see that her suffering was coming from her thoughts rather than from reality itself. Over the following weeks, Veronica began attending meditation regularly, sitting for 20 minutes each evening after closing the bakery. The practice didn't make her problems disappear, but it gave her some distance from the constant mental churning, some ability to see her thoughts as thoughts rather than absolute truth. One evening after meditation, Lauren shared a teaching story about a potter in ancient China who was famous for creating exquisite ceramic bowls. The potter worked for decades perfecting his craft, and his bowls were considered treasures, collected by nobles and merchants across the region. One day, a fire swept through his workshop, destroying not only his current work but also his kiln, his tools, everything he'd built over a lifetime. People expected him to be devastated, but when they came to offer sympathy, they found him sitting calmly in the ruins. "How can you be so peaceful?" they asked. "When you've lost everything?" The potter smiled and said, "I haven't lost my hands. I haven't lost my knowledge. I haven't lost my love of creating. The bowls were never who I was. They were just things I made." The teaching continued with the potter, explaining that he'd spent years attached to his creations, measuring his worth by the beauty of his bowls, suffering when a piece cracked or didn't turn out as he'd hoped. But through meditation practice, he'd learned to distinguish between the activity of creating and attachment to the results of that creation. He could pour himself fully into making each bowl without his piece, depending on whether it survived the kiln or pleased customers or became valuable. The joy was in the process itself, in the feel of clay under his hands, in the concentration and care of the work. Everything else was impermanent, subject to change and loss. when he understood this deeply. The fire that destroyed his workshop couldn't destroy him because he'd stopped identifying himself with the external results of his efforts. Veronica sat with this story for days, feeling it work on something deep inside her. She'd built the bakery believing it would give her security, purpose, proof of her worth. But the desperate clinging to keep it alive was destroying her health and happiness. What if she could love the work itself? The actual process of baking and creating and serving customers, without making her entire identity and well-being dependent on whether the business succeeded? What if the bakery closed and she had to start over? Would that mean she'd failed as a person? Or would it just mean that this particular chapter had ended and another would begin? These questions led Veronica to make some difficult decisions. She reduced her hours, opening the bakery later and closing earlier, which meant less revenue but also less exhaustion. She simplified her menu, focusing on the items she genuinely loved making rather than trying to offer everything customers might want. She raised her prices to sustainable levels, accepting that some customers would go elsewhere, but trusting that others would value quality enough to pay what it actually cost. Some of these changes she would have considered unthinkable 6 months earlier. Too risky, certain to lead to failure. But she was learning to hold the business more lightly, to make decisions based on what felt sustainable and true, rather than on fear and desperate grasping. To her surprise, the bakery didn't collapse. In fact, some things improved. The reduced hours and simplified menu actually made operations smoother and less stressful. The price increase meant slightly fewer customers but better margins. Veronica found she enjoyed the work again when she wasn't so desperately trying to control every outcome. She had energy to experiment with new recipes, to actually talk with customers rather than rushing through transactions, to train her employees properly instead of just doing everything herself. She even started dating again, going out with a teacher named Marcus who appreciated that she had a life and interests beyond work. They'd take walks along Mission Beach on her days off, and Veronica would practice being fully present, noticing the ocean and the sky and the feeling of sand under her feet, rather than mentally reviewing work tasks. About 8 months after her panic attack and hospitalization, Veronica attended a weekend meditation retreat at a center north of the city. The retreat explored the Buddhist teaching of impermanence, how everything in existence is constantly changing, arising and passing away. Our bodies, our thoughts, our emotions, our relationships, our businesses, all of it temporary and subject to change. When we resist this fundamental truth, when we try to make permanent what is inherently impermanent, we create enormous suffering. But when we can accept impermanence, even embrace it, we find a different kind of peace. We can appreciate what's here while it's here without desperately clinging to it. And we can let go when it's time to let go without being destroyed. During one of the retreat sessions, the teacher led them through a meditation on impermanence, inviting them to reflect on something in their life they were attached to, something they were afraid of losing. Veronica immediately thought of her bakery. The teacher guided them to imagine that thing being gone, really feel into what that would be like, and then notice what remained. Who would you be without it? What would still be true about you? Veronica imagined the bakery closing, the space empty, the routine ended. She felt grief and loss. But underneath that, she found something unexpected. She was still herself. She still had her skills, her creativity, her love of making things with her hands. She still had relationships, interests, capacity for joy. The bakery was something she'd created and cared for, but it wasn't the totality of who she was. This recognition brought tremendous relief. She didn't need to cling so desperately to the bakery because losing it wouldn't mean losing herself. She could give her best effort to making it work, while accepting that ultimately, like everything else, it was temporary and subject to forces beyond her complete control. This didn't mean giving up or becoming passive. It meant engaging fully with the present reality while releasing attachment to specific outcomes. She could love her work without making her peace dependent on the business's survival. She'd learned what the Buddhist teachings had been pointing toward. That freedom comes not from controlling circumstances, but from releasing our grip on needing circumstances to be a particular way. When Veronica returned from the retreat, she found a letter from her landlord offering to sell her the building at a price she could potentially afford with a loan. The old Veronica would have immediately started obsessing over the decision, running endless scenarios, losing sleep over whether to take the risk. Instead, she sat with the question for several days, checking in with what felt true and right rather than what her fear was screaming at her. She consulted with Marcus, with Mira, with her accountant. She did the practical analysis, and then she made a decision from a place of centeredness rather than desperation. She decided not to buy the building. Instead, she negotiated a longer lease at a reasonable rent and committed to continuing the bakery as long as it remained sustainable and brought her genuine satisfaction. Some people thought she was crazy to pass up the opportunity to own the property, but Veronica felt peaceful with her choice. She didn't need to own the building to validate her work or prove her success. She was learning to measure her life by different standards, by whether she was living with presence and integrity, by whether her work brought her and others genuine nourishment, by whether she was treating herself and others with kindness and respect. These were measures that didn't depend on external achievements or possessions, that remained available regardless of whether the bakery thrived or struggled or eventually closed. A year and a half after her panic attack, Veronica barely recognized the person she'd been. She still owned the bakery, still worked hard, still cared about doing good work. But she'd stopped using the business as proof of her worth, stopped clinging to it with desperate fear. She'd learned to hold her work lightly, to find joy in the process itself, to accept that everything changes and nothing lasts forever. This acceptance hadn't made her passive or unmotivated. Paradoxically, it had made her more creative and effective because she was responding to actual circumstances rather than to her fearful thoughts about circumstances. She discovered what the Buddhist teachings had been offering all along. That peace doesn't come from controlling life and making everything turn out the way we want. It comes from being fully present with life exactly as it is, meeting each moment with awareness and acceptance, and trusting that we have the capacity to handle whatever arises. In Phoenix, Arizona, a man named Ben worked as a software engineer for a tech company, developing artificial intelligence applications. He was 31 years old and had built his entire adult life around being exceptional at what he did. In high school, he'd been the top student in his computer science classes. At university, he'd graduated with honors. His first job out of college had been at a prestigious company, and he'd quickly moved up through promotions and raises. Ben's identity was wrapped up in being the smartest person in the room, the one who could solve problems nobody else could figure out, the engineer whose code was elegant and efficient. His self-worth depended entirely on his intellectual performance. But over the past 6 months, Ben had been struggling with a project that seemed to resist all his usual approaches. He was building a machine learning model that kept producing inconsistent results. And despite weeks of troubleshooting and redesigning, He couldn't identify the core problem. Younger engineers on his team were starting to make suggestions that Ben would immediately dismiss, partly because he didn't want to admit he was stuck, and partly because accepting help felt like admitting inadequacy. He was working 80-hour weeks, coming in early and staying late, convinced that if he just tried hard enough, analyzed thoroughly enough, he'd break through. But the breakthrough never came, and his frustration was mounting into something darker, a creeping sense that maybe he wasn't as exceptional as he'd always believed. One Friday evening, after another failed attempt to fix the model, Ben's manager, Elena, called him into her office. She told him gently but directly that she was taking him off the project. Another engineer would take over, while Ben moved to a different team working on a less critical application. The decision wasn't a punishment, she emphasized, just a practical reallocation of resources. The project needed fresh eyes, and Ben clearly needed a break from banging his head against this particular wall. Ben nodded and said he understood, but inside he felt devastated. Being removed from a project felt like public acknowledgement of failure, proof that he wasn't as capable as he'd always believed, evidence that his entire identity was built on a false foundation. That weekend, Ben spiraled into a depression unlike anything he'd experienced before. He stayed in his apartment in Tempe, blinds closed, barely eating, replaying every conversation and decision from the past months, cataloging all his mistakes and inadequacies. By Sunday evening, he felt hollow and exhausted. His roommate Tyler, noticing Ben's state, came into his room and asked if he was okay. Ben found himself confessing everything. The failed project, the sense of being exposed as a fraud, the fear that he'd never been as smart as everyone thought. Tyler listened without judgment, then told Ben something unexpected. He said that a few years ago, he'd gone through something similar, a crisis that had forced him to question his entire sense of self. What helped him wasn't fixing the external problem, but changing his relationship to success and failure, to identity and worth. Tyler had started practicing meditation and studying Buddhist philosophy during that difficult period, and he suggested that Ben might find some of the teachings helpful. Ben was skeptical. He'd always dismissed meditation as something for people who couldn't handle reality through rational thought, but he was desperate and willing to try anything. Tyler gave him a book about Buddhist psychology and suggested he try the meditation app on his phone. Just 10 minutes a day to start. That night, unable to sleep anyway, Ben read the first chapter of the book. It discussed the Buddhist concept of emptiness, which didn't mean nothingness, but rather the absence of inherent, fixed identity. We tend to believe we have a solid, unchanging self. The book explained, some essential me that remains constant. But actually, what we call the self is a constantly changing process, shaped by conditions, circumstances, thoughts, and experiences. When we build our identity around particular qualities or achievements, intelligence, beauty, success, strength, we set ourselves up for suffering because these things are inherently unstable. Your intelligence might fail you. Your success might evaporate. Your strength might fade. If your sense of self depends entirely on these conditional qualities, then any threat to them feels like a threat to your very existence. But if you can recognize that you're not fundamentally defined by any of these things, that who you are is something more basic and unchanging than your thoughts about yourself, then you find a stability that doesn't depend on external validation or performance. Ben read this passage 3 times. feeling something crack open in his chest. His entire life, he'd been building an identity around being smart and capable. And now that identity was threatened, he was falling apart. The next morning, Ben tried the meditation app Tyler had mentioned. The guided session was simple, just bringing attention to the breath and noticing when the mind wandered. Ben found it incredibly difficult. His mind was constantly racing, reviewing code in his head, replaying conversations, generating anxious thoughts about his career. But the instruction was gentle and non-judgmental. Simply notice when attention has drifted and bring it back to the breath. Don't judge yourself for wandering. That's what minds do. The practice is returning, over and over. Ben managed to sit for 10 minutes, though it felt like the longest 10 minutes of his life. But afterward, he noticed something subtle. For those brief moments when he was actually present with his breath, the anxiety and self-judgment had quieted. The relief was temporary, but it was real. Over the following weeks, Ben maintained his daily meditation practice while starting his new project at work. He was still struggling with feelings of inadequacy and failure, but the meditation gave him some distance from these thoughts. He could notice them arising, see them as mental events rather than absolute truth, and make choices about whether to believe them or not. One afternoon, a junior engineer on his new team asked him a question about database optimization. Ben's immediate impulse was to demonstrate his expertise, to prove he was still the smartest person around. But then he paused and actually looked at the problem the engineer was describing. He realized he didn't know the best solution off the top of his head. In the past, this would have been intolerable. Ben would have pretended to know, or deflected, or gone away and researched it privately before coming back with an answer to preserve his image. But this time, he tried something different. He said honestly that he wasn't sure of the best approach and suggested they work through it together. They spent an hour collaborating, exploring different options, eventually finding a solution that neither of them would have reached alone. The junior engineer thanked him enthusiastically for the help, and Ben realized something profound. He'd been more helpful by admitting uncertainty and collaborating than he would have been by trying to maintain his image as the all-knowing expert. This experience led Ben to start questioning other assumptions he'd been operating under. He began reading more deeply about Buddhist teachings, particularly around the concept of ego and how much energy we waste protecting and promoting an idealized self-image. One book described the ego as like a security guard constantly scanning for threats to our identity, ready to attack or defend at any perceived slight or challenge. This vigilance is exhausting and creates a constant background stress. But when we recognize that our true nature isn't this fragile ego that needs constant protection and validation, we can relax. We don't need to be the best at everything. We don't need to always be right. We can simply be present and do our best without making every interaction a test of our worth. Ben started experimenting with vulnerability at work, asking questions when he didn't understand something rather than pretending he did, admitting mistakes quickly rather than trying to hide them, asking for help when he was stuck rather than struggling alone. To his surprise, these behaviors didn't diminish others' respect for him. If anything, people seemed to appreciate his authenticity and found him easier to work with. His new team actually functioned better than his previous one because people felt safe admitting what they didn't know and asking for support. The environment became more collaborative, less competitive, and paradoxically more productive because energy wasn't being wasted on ego protection and image management. About 2 months after being moved off the failed project, Ben ran into the engineer who'd taken it over. She mentioned casually that she'd solved the core problem within the first week by completely rewriting the data pre-processing pipeline. Something Ben had assumed was fine and hadn't questioned. Ben felt a flash of his old defensive reaction, wanting to explain why he hadn't thought of that, to justify his approach. But then he caught himself and simply said that was great. He was glad she'd figured it out. Walking away from that conversation, Ben noticed he felt lighter than he had in months. He'd let go of needing to be right or to protect his image, and it was genuinely freeing. Ben's meditation practice deepened as well. He started attending weekly sessions at a Buddhist center in Phoenix that offered teachings on mindfulness and compassion. The teacher there was a former tech worker named James, who'd left the industry after experiencing his own crisis around identity and achievement. James taught about the Buddhist concept of beginner's mind, approaching each moment with openness and curiosity rather than assumption and expertise. In Zen practice, he explained, there's a saying that in the beginner's mind, there are many possibilities, but in the expert's mind, there are few. When we're attached to being the expert, we close ourselves off to new learning and different perspectives. But when we can maintain beginner's mind, approaching even familiar situations with fresh curiosity, we remain open and flexible. James shared a teaching story about a university professor who visited a Zen master to learn about meditation. The master invited him for tea and began pouring. He filled the professor's cup and then kept pouring, tea spilling over the sides onto the table. The professor watched in confusion until finally protesting that the cup was full. No more could go in. The master stopped pouring and smiled. Like this cup, you are full of your own opinions and assumptions. How can I teach you anything unless you first empty your cup? The professor understood that his attachment to his expertise and his preconceptions was preventing him from actually learning. He needed to let go of what he thought he knew to make space for genuine understanding. Ben recognized himself in this story. He'd been so full of his own expertise, so attached to his identity as the smartest person, that he'd stopped really learning. He'd been defending and maintaining what he already knew rather than remaining open to new possibilities. This realization led him to approach his work completely differently. Instead of trying to demonstrate his brilliance on every project, he started asking genuine questions, listening more than talking, remaining curious about approaches he didn't immediately understand. His learning accelerated dramatically because he'd stopped trying to already know everything. 6 months after his crisis with the failed project, Ben had coffee with Elena, his manager who'd reassigned him. She told him she'd noticed a significant change in how he worked and interacted with the team. He seemed more relaxed, more collaborative, more genuinely helpful to junior engineers. She was considering him for a lead role on a new project, not despite his earlier failure, but partly because of how he'd responded to it, with humility and genuine growth rather than defensiveness and withdrawal. Ben thanked her, but found that the opportunity didn't trigger the same desperate need for validation it would have months earlier. He was interested in the project itself, excited about the technical challenges, but he wasn't depending on it to prove his worth. That evening, Ben sat in meditation at home, watching his breath, noticing thoughts arise and pass. He reflected on how much had changed in such a short time. The external circumstances of his life were largely similar. He still worked at the same company, still wrote code, still faced technical challenges, but his relationship to all of it had fundamentally transformed. He'd learned what the Buddhist teachings had been pointing toward, that suffering comes from attachment to identity and outcomes. from building our sense of self on shifting foundations that can never provide lasting security. When we can let go of desperately clinging to any particular self-image or achievement, when we can rest in the simple awareness that's present, regardless of whether we're succeeding or failing, we find a peace that doesn't depend on external validation. Ben understood now that his crisis with the failed project hadn't been a disaster but a gift. It had cracked open his rigid identity and given him the opportunity to discover something more real beneath all his striving and proving. He was still a skilled engineer. He still enjoyed solving complex problems, but his worth as a person no longer depended on being the smartest or most accomplished. He could show up fully to his work, give his best effort, and be at peace regardless of the outcome. This wasn't resignation or mediocrity. It was freedom. The freedom to engage completely with life without being destroyed when things didn't turn out as planned. The freedom to be genuinely himself rather than constantly performing an idealized version. As Ben opened his eyes from meditation and looked out his window at the Phoenix sunset, he felt grateful for the journey he'd been on. Grateful even for the pain and failure that had forced him to question everything. He'd learned that real strength comes not from never falling, but from how we relate to falling. That true intelligence includes knowing what we don't know. That genuine confidence is quiet and undefended because it doesn't need constant external validation. These weren't just intellectual concepts anymore, but lived truths, integrated into how he moved through the world. And in that integration, he'd found something he'd been seeking all along without knowing it. A sense of wholeness and peace that didn't depend on being exceptional at anything except being present with whatever life brought. In Austin, Texas, a woman named Claire worked as a landscape architect, designing public parks and green spaces throughout the city. She was 46 years old and had recently lost her mother to cancer after a 2-year illness. Claire had been the primary caregiver during those final years, managing appointments, coordinating hospice care, sitting vigil through the final days. Everyone had told her how strong she was, how admirably she'd handled everything. But now, 3 months after her mother's death, Claire felt like she was unraveling. She couldn't concentrate at work. Simple tasks felt overwhelming. She'd cry suddenly and unexpectedly, triggered by random things like a song on the radio or the smell of gardenias, her mother's favorite flower. What troubled Claire most was her inability to feel the grief properly, or so she thought. Sometimes she'd feel crushing sadness, but other times she'd feel nothing at all, just a numb emptiness. She'd catch herself laughing at something funny, then feel guilty for experiencing any lightness when her mother was gone. She had ideas about how grief should look, how she should be processing this loss, and her actual experience didn't match those expectations. She felt like she was failing at grieving, which made her feel even worse. Her partner Monica had been patient and supportive, but Claire sensed she was getting tired of the emotional unpredictability. The way Claire would withdraw or suddenly need space or break down over seemingly small things. One Saturday afternoon, Claire was working in her garden behind their house in South Austin, pulling weeds mechanically, when her neighbor Catherine came over. Catherine was in her 70s, a retired therapist who'd lived on the street for decades. They'd developed a friendly relationship over the years, occasionally sharing meals or garden advice. Catherine had lost her own husband 5 years earlier, and she sat down on Claire's garden bench without asking, clearly intending to talk. She asked Claire directly how she was really doing with her mother's death. Claire started with the usual polite response about being okay, taking it day by day. But Catherine's steady, compassionate gaze made her defenses crumble. She started crying and admitted she felt like she was doing grief wrong, that she couldn't figure out how to feel or process any of it properly. Catherine listened without interrupting, then told Claire something that would shift her entire understanding. She said that during her own grieving process after her husband died, she'd attended a grief support group led by a hospice counselor who practiced Buddhist meditation. The counselor had taught them that there's no right way to grieve, no proper timeline or sequence of emotions that everyone should follow. Grief is as individual as the relationship that was lost. It comes in waves, sometimes overwhelming, sometimes barely noticeable. It includes not just sadness but also relief, anger, guilt, even moments of joy and laughter. All of these are natural responses to loss. And trying to force grief into some expected pattern just creates additional suffering on top of the natural pain. Catherine shared a Buddhist teaching about holding emotions lightly, allowing them to be present without clinging to them or pushing them away. When sadness comes, let it come fully. Feel it in your body. Acknowledge it. Give it space. But don't hold on to it or tell yourself stories about what it means about you. When numbness comes, that's okay too. It's your system's way of giving you a break from intensity. When joy or laughter arises, that's not betrayal of your mother's memory, but evidence that life continues. That you're still capable of experiencing the full range of human emotions. Your mother would want you to laugh again, to feel joy again, to be fully alive even as you carry the natural sadness of her absence. Catherine told Claire about a meditation practice she'd learned called soften, soothe, allow that had helped her work with difficult emotions during grief. When painful feelings arise, instead of tensing against them or trying to make them go away, you soften your body. Relax the physical tension that accompanies emotional pain. Then you soothe yourself with kind words or touch, the way you'd comfort a dear friend who was hurting. Finally, you allow the emotion to be present without needing it to change or go away, making space for it alongside everything else you're experiencing. This practice didn't eliminate grief, but it changed her relationship to it, made it more bearable, more workable. Over the following weeks, Claire began practicing this approach when grief arose. She'd be at work reviewing plans for a new park, and suddenly feel a wave of sadness about her mother never seeing the finished project. Instead of trying to push the feeling away and force herself to focus, she'd take a moment to soften her body, place a hand on her heart, and say silently, "This is hard. It's okay to feel sad. I'm here for myself." Then she'd allow the sadness to be present while continuing with her work. The emotion didn't disappear, but it became something she could hold alongside her other experiences rather than something that completely overwhelmed and shut her down. Claire also started attending a meditation group at a Buddhist center in North Austin. The teacher there spoke about impermanence and loss as fundamental aspects of existence. Everything that arises will pass away. Everyone we love will eventually be separated from us, through death, if not before. This isn't punishment or tragedy in the cosmic sense, just the nature of conditional existence. When we truly accept this, we can appreciate the time we have with loved ones more fully, knowing it's precious because it's temporary. And when loss comes, we can grieve without adding layers of resistance, without telling ourselves it shouldn't have happened or that we should be handling it differently. The teacher shared a story about a woman in ancient India who came to the Buddha carrying her dead infant, begging him to bring the child back to life. The Buddha said he would help her if she could bring him a mustard seed from any household that had never experienced death. The woman went from house to house throughout the village. But everywhere she went, people told her about their own losses. Parents, children, siblings, spouses. She returned to the Buddha, understanding that death and loss are universal, that her grief, while uniquely hers, connected her to all of humanity. The Buddha taught her meditation practices to work with her grief, not to eliminate it, but to hold it with wisdom and compassion. Claire found comfort in recognizing that grief wasn't something wrong with her, but a natural human response to loss and love. She began to appreciate that her sadness was actually a measure of how much her mother had meant to her, how deep their connection had been. The grief was the love continuing even after death, transformed but still present. This understanding didn't make the pain disappear, but it gave it meaning and dignity. She could honor her mother's memory not by suffering perfectly or grieving correctly, but by living fully. By continuing to create beauty in the world through her landscape work, by loving Monica and her friends deeply, by appreciating each moment as the temporary precious gift it is. In Wellington, New Zealand, a man named Fraser worked as a documentary filmmaker, spending his career telling other people's stories. He was 39 years old and had won several awards for his work, creating films about climate change, indigenous rights, social justice issues. Fraser took pride in using his craft to amplify voices that weren't being heard, to shine light on important issues. But lately he'd been feeling increasingly hollow, like he was performing a role rather than living authentically. He'd notice himself at film festivals or award ceremonies, networking and promoting his work, and feel disconnected from the person everyone seemed to think he was. This passionate activist filmmaker who was making a difference in the world. The truth was more complicated. Fraser had started making documentaries because he genuinely cared about the issues. But over the years, his work had become increasingly entangled with his need for recognition and validation. He'd choose subjects partly based on what would play well at festivals, what might win awards or generate buzz. He'd craft narratives that were emotionally manipulative, engineering moments designed to make audiences cry or feel outraged, even when those moments didn't quite match the messy reality he'd filmed. He told himself he was doing it for a good cause, that the ends justified the means. But he couldn't shake the feeling that he'd lost something essential along the way, some core of authenticity and truth. This crisis came to a head during the production of his latest film about youth climate activists in the Pacific Islands. Fraser had spent 3 months filming young people organizing protests, speaking at community meetings, trying to save their homes from rising seas. Their passion and commitment were genuine and moving. But when Fraser returned to Wellington and began editing, he found himself constructing a narrative that felt false. He was simplifying complex situations, creating hero and villain dynamics that didn't exist in the footage, manipulating the sequence of events to build dramatic tension. The film would probably be successful, might even win awards, but it wasn't honest. It was using real people's struggles as raw material for his own career advancement. One evening, Fraser was working late in his editing suite in the city when he had a moment of clarity that stopped him cold. He was trimming a clip of a teenage girl from Tuvalu talking about her fear of losing her island home, cutting it in a way that would maximize emotional impact. Suddenly, he saw what he was doing with brutal honesty. He wasn't honoring this girl's truth. He was using her pain to make himself look good, to cement his reputation as a filmmaker who cared. The recognition filled him with shame and disgust. He shut down his computer and walked out into the Wellington night. The wind coming off the harbour, cold and sharp. Fraser walked for hours through the empty city streets, replaying his career, seeing how gradually and imperceptibly he'd shifted from genuine service to subtle self-promotion. He'd never consciously decided to betray his values. It had happened one small compromise at a time, each one seeming justified in the moment, until he'd become someone he didn't recognize. He ended up at the waterfront, sitting on a bench overlooking the dark water, feeling completely lost. His phone buzzed with a text from his girlfriend Nayo asking where he was. He'd forgotten they were supposed to have dinner together. He texted back an apology and said he needed some time alone to think. The next morning, exhausted and still unsettled, Fraser did something he'd never done before. He cancelled his editing sessions for the day and went to a meditation center in Newtown that he'd walked past hundreds of times but never entered. He had no plan, just a vague sense that he needed something different, some way to understand what had happened to him. The center was quiet, a converted house with a simple meditation hall. A woman at the reception desk greeted him warmly and told him there was a drop-in meditation session starting in 20 minutes. Fraser decided to stay. The session was led by a teacher named Aroha, a Maori woman who'd practiced Buddhism for 20 years while maintaining connection to her indigenous spiritual traditions. She guided them through a simple breathing meditation, bringing attention to the physical sensations of breath entering and leaving the body. Fraser found his mind immediately racing with thoughts about his film, his career, his crisis of authenticity. But Aroha's gentle instructions created small moments of respite. Just this breath, just this moment. Nothing to fix or achieve or prove. During the discussion after meditation, someone asked about how to handle feeling like you've lost your way, like you don't know who you are anymore. Aroha spoke about the Buddhist teaching of right livelihood, engaging in work that doesn't cause harm and that aligns with your deepest values. But she emphasized that right livelihood isn't just about what job you have, but about the intention and integrity you bring to your work. You can do seemingly good work in harmful ways if you're motivated primarily by ego, by the need to be seen as good or important or successful. And you can do humble work in beneficial ways if your motivation is genuine care and service. The question to keep asking yourself, she said, is who am I serving with this action? Am I serving the people I claim to care about? Or am I serving my own need for validation and recognition? Fraser felt like she was speaking directly to him. After the session, he approached Aroha and asked if he could speak with her privately. They sat in a small side room, and Fraser found himself confessing everything. His manipulation of the documentary footage, his gradual shift from authentic care to ego-driven careerism, his shame and confusion about how to proceed. Aroha listened with complete presence, without judgment or advice-giving. When Fraser finished, she was quiet for a moment. Then she told him about her own experience years ago when she'd been working as a social worker and had realized she was helping people partly to feed her own savior complex, her need to be needed and appreciated. She'd been devastated by the recognition, feeling like all her work had been tainted by impure motivation. But a Buddhist teacher had helped her understand that human motivation is rarely pure, that we're complex beings with multiple intentions operating simultaneously. We can genuinely care about helping others while also enjoying the recognition that comes from being helpful. The practice isn't achieving perfect, selfless purity, but becoming increasingly aware of our mixed motivations and making choices that align more and more with our genuine values. When we notice we've drifted into ego-driven behavior, we don't condemn ourselves. We simply acknowledge what happened, learn from it, and make a different choice going forward. Aroha shared a teaching about the Bodhisattva vow in Buddhism, the commitment to work for the benefit of all beings. But she explained that this vow includes the recognition that you can't help others from a place of ego depletion or self-betrayal. Genuine service requires genuine presence, which means being honest with yourself about your motivations, taking care of your own well-being, and maintaining integrity even when it costs you recognition or success. She suggested that Fraser's crisis might be an opportunity to realign his work with his actual values, to make choices based on truth and service rather than career advancement, even if those choices meant less external success. Over the following weeks, Fraser made some difficult decisions. He went back to his footage from the Pacific Islands and began re-editing with a commitment to honesty rather than emotional manipulation. He let go of the dramatic narrative arc he'd constructed and instead created a film that reflected the messy, complex reality of what he'd witnessed. The new version was quieter, less obviously impactful, probably less likely to win awards, but it felt true. It honored the young activist's actual experiences rather than using them as instruments for his own glory. When he showed the revised cut to his producer, she was confused and disappointed, saying the earlier version had been stronger, more likely to have impact. Fraser explained that the earlier version had been dishonest, that he couldn't release something that betrayed the trust of the people who'd let him film their lives. The producer gave him an ultimatum: release the original cut or find different funding. Fraser chose to find different funding. He ended up releasing the film independently, screening it at community centers in the Pacific Islands rather than major film festivals. The audiences were small, mostly locals and activists who appreciated seeing their stories told truthfully rather than sensationalized. Fraser made no money from the film and received no awards. But sitting in a community hall in Tuvalu, watching the teenage girl whose clip he'd manipulated see herself represented with honesty and dignity, he felt something he hadn't experienced in years: genuine satisfaction that didn't depend on external validation. Fraser continued his meditation practice, attending weekly sessions at Aroha's center and sitting daily at home. The practice gave him a way to notice when ego was driving his decisions, when he was making choices based on how they'd look rather than whether they served his actual values. He started taking on smaller projects, filming stories that mattered to him regardless of their festival potential. He collaborated more genuinely with subjects, sharing editorial control, being transparent about his process. His career, by external measures, declined. He made less money, received less recognition, worked on projects that few people saw, but his sense of integrity and purpose deepened. One afternoon, about a year after his crisis, Fraser was filming an interview with an elderly Maori woman about traditional fishing practices. Between takes, she asked him why he made films. Fraser paused, recognizing the question as one he would have answered very differently a year ago. He said honestly that he made films because he was curious about people's lives and wanted to help preserve stories that might otherwise be lost. He didn't mention making a difference or changing the world or any of the grand narratives he used to tell himself and others. The woman nodded and said something that would stay with him: the best stories come from listening, not from trying to prove something. Fraser understood then what had gone wrong in his earlier work. He'd been trying to prove his importance, his relevance, his moral goodness through his films. This agenda had gotten in the way of genuine listening and authentic storytelling. when he let go of needing his work to validate him, when he approached subjects with real curiosity rather than predetermined narratives, the work became truer and paradoxically more powerful. Not powerful in the manipulative emotional sense he used to strive for, but powerful in its quiet honesty, in its respect for complexity and nuance. His relationship with Ngaio deepened as well. She told him she'd noticed how much lighter he seemed, how much more present. The driven, anxious person who'd been constantly networking and promoting had been replaced by someone more grounded and genuine. They started spending weekends hiking in the hills around Wellington, Fraser leaving his camera behind, simply experiencing the landscape rather than documenting it. He discovered he could appreciate beauty and meaning without needing to capture and share it, without turning every experience into content for his career. Fraser also began teaching a workshop at the meditation center about mindful creativity, helping other artists and filmmakers explore the relationship between ego and authentic expression. He shared his own story of losing and finding his way, the gradual corruption of genuine care into subtle self-promotion, and the freedom that came from aligning his work with his actual values rather than his need for recognition. The workshops were small, attended by a handful of people, but Fraser found the teaching deeply satisfying. He was offering what he'd learned without attachment to being seen as an expert, simply sharing his experience in service to others on similar journeys. 2 years after his crisis, Fraser completed a short documentary about Aroha and her integration of Buddhist practice with Maori spirituality. The film was simple and intimate, just Aroha talking about her journey and teaching meditation to various people in her community. Fraser showed it to her before considering any kind of release, giving her full veto power. She watched it quietly, then thanked him for capturing something true. She said he'd managed to convey the essence of the practice without trying to make it more dramatic or inspiring than it actually was. The film was eventually picked up by a small streaming platform and reached a modest audience. Fraser received a few emails from people saying it had helped them, that it had introduced them to meditation in an accessible way. These messages moved Fraser deeply, but what moved him more was recognizing that he felt satisfied with his work, regardless of the response. He'd created something honest and useful, and that was enough. He didn't need it to win awards or generate buzz or advance his career. The work itself, done with integrity and care, was its own reward. He'd learned what the Buddhist teachings had been pointing toward, that genuine fulfillment comes not from external achievement or recognition, but from aligning our actions with our deepest values, from serving something larger than our own ego, from showing up with presence and honesty regardless of the worldly results. Fraser understood now that his crisis hadn't been a disaster, but a necessary breaking open, a chance to examine his life and make different choices. The external success he'd lost didn't matter compared to the internal integrity he'd gained. He was doing work he believed in, living in alignment with his values, contributing in ways that felt authentic and true. This wasn't a dramatic transformation, but a quiet realignment, a return to the genuine care and curiosity that had drawn him to filmmaking in the first place. And in that return, he'd found a peace and purpose that all his awards and recognition had never provided. The producer gave him an ultimatum: release the original cut or find different funding. Fraser chose to find different funding. He ended up releasing the film independently, screening it at community centers in the Pacific Islands rather than major film festivals. The audiences were small, mostly locals and activists who appreciated seeing their stories told truthfully rather than sensationalized. Fraser made no money from the film and received no awards. But sitting in a community hall in Tuvalu, watching the teenage girl whose clip he'd manipulated see herself represented with honesty and dignity, he felt something he hadn't experienced in years, genuine satisfaction that didn't depend on external validation. Fraser continued his meditation practice, attending weekly sessions at Aroha's center and sitting daily at home. The practice gave him a way to notice when ego was driving his decisions, when he was making choices based on how they'd look rather than whether they served his actual values. He started taking on smaller projects, filming stories that mattered to him regardless of their festival potential. He collaborated more genuinely with subjects, sharing editorial control, being transparent about his process. His career by external measures declined. He made less money, received less recognition, worked on projects that few people saw, but his sense of integrity and purpose deepened. One afternoon, about a year after his crisis, Fraser was filming an interview with an elderly Maori woman about traditional fishing practices. Between takes, she asked him why he made films. Fraser paused, recognizing the question as one he would have answered very differently a year ago. He said honestly that he made films because he was curious about people's lives and wanted to help preserve stories that might otherwise be lost. He didn't mention making a difference or changing the world or any of the grand narratives he used to tell himself and others. The woman nodded and said something that would stay with him. The best stories come from listening, not from trying to prove something. Fraser understood then what had gone wrong in his earlier work. He'd been trying to prove his importance, his relevance, his moral goodness through his films. This agenda had gotten in the way of genuine listening and authentic storytelling. When he let go of needing his work to validate him, when he approached subjects with real curiosity rather than predetermined narratives, the work became truer and paradoxically more powerful. Not powerful in the manipulative emotional sense he used to strive for, but powerful in its quiet honesty, in its respect for complexity and nuance. His relationship with Ngaio deepened as well. She told him she'd noticed how much lighter he seemed, how much more present. The driven, anxious person who'd been constantly networking and promoting had been replaced by someone more grounded and genuine. They started spending weekends hiking in the hills around Wellington, Fraser leaving his camera behind, simply experiencing the landscape rather than documenting it. He discovered he could appreciate beauty and meaning without needing to capture and share it, without turning every experience into content for his career. Fraser also began teaching a workshop at the Meditation Center about mindful creativity, helping other artists and filmmakers explore the relationship between ego and authentic expression. He shared his own story of losing and finding his way, the gradual corruption of genuine care into subtle self-promotion, and the freedom that came from aligning his work with his actual values rather than his need for recognition. The workshops were small, attended by a handful of people, but Fraser found the teaching deeply satisfying. He was offering what he'd learned without attachment to being seen as an expert, simply sharing his experience in service to others on similar journeys. 2 years after his crisis, Fraser completed a short documentary about Aroha and her integration of Buddhist practice with Maori spirituality. The film was simple and intimate. Just Aroha, talking about her journey and teaching meditation to various people in her community. Fraser showed it to her before considering any kind of release, giving her full veto power. She watched it quietly, then thanked him for capturing something true. She said he'd managed to convey the essence of the practice without trying to make it more dramatic or inspiring than it actually was. The film was eventually picked up by a small streaming platform and reached a modest audience. Fraser received a few emails from people saying it had helped them, that it had introduced them to meditation in an accessible way. These messages moved Fraser deeply. But what moved him more was recognizing that he felt satisfied with his work regardless of the response. He'd created something honest and useful, and that was enough. He didn't need it to win awards or generate buzz or advance his career. The work itself, done with integrity and care, was its own reward. He'd learned what the Buddhist teachings had been pointing toward, that genuine fulfillment comes not from external achievement or recognition, but from aligning our actions with our deepest values, from serving something larger than our own ego, from showing up with presence and honesty regardless of the worldly results. Fraser understood now that his crisis hadn't been a disaster, but a necessary breaking open, a chance to examine his life and make different choices. The external success he'd lost didn't matter compared to the internal integrity he'd gained. He was doing work he believed in, living in alignment with his values, contributing in ways that felt authentic and true. This wasn't a dramatic transformation, but a quiet realignment, a return to the genuine care and curiosity that had drawn him to filmmaking in the first place. And in that return, he'd found a peace and purpose that all his awards and recognition had never provided. In the quiet hours of this night, as these stories settle into your awareness, you might recognize threads that connect them all, teachings that speak to the universal human experience of seeking peace amidst difficulty. Each person we've encountered tonight, from Harper struggling with her novel in Portland, to Fraser learning to choose integrity over recognition in Wellington, from Emma, the exhausted nurse in Halifax, to Nicole releasing her grip on students' outcomes in Minneapolis. All of them discovered the same fundamental truth through different circumstances. Our suffering comes not primarily from our external challenges, but from our relationship to those challenges, from our resistance to what is, from our desperate attachment to outcomes we cannot fully control. The Buddhist teachings woven through these stories point to a radical possibility, that peace is available right now, in this very moment, not as something we must achieve or earn, but as something we discover when we stop fighting reality and learn to be present with whatever arises. This doesn't mean becoming passive or giving up on meaningful goals. It means engaging fully with life while releasing our grip on needing things to be different than they are. It means caring deeply without being destroyed when our caring doesn't produce the results we hoped for. It means showing up with our whole hearts while accepting that much of life remains beyond our control. Throughout this night's journey, we've explored the teaching of the two arrows, the unavoidable pain that comes from being alive, and the optional suffering we add through our resistance and judgment. We've seen how attachment to identity, whether as a successful novelist, an exceptional engineer, or an important filmmaker, creates suffering when that identity is threatened. We've learned about compassion versus empathy, about the difference between genuine service and the savior complex, about holding our work and relationships lightly while still caring deeply. We've discovered that true resilience comes not from armoring ourselves against difficulty, but from developing the capacity to remain present with whatever arises, meeting each moment with awareness and acceptance. As these teachings work on your consciousness during sleep, you might find them integrating in ways that surprise you. You might wake with a different perspective on challenges you're facing, a lighter relationship to outcomes you've been desperately grasping, a clearer sense of what truly matters beneath all the striving and proving. The peace these stories point toward isn't something distant or difficult to attain. It's as close as your next breath, as available as this present moment, waiting to be recognized when you stop looking elsewhere for what you already have. May you rest deeply tonight, releasing the day's burdens, trusting in your own inherent wholeness, knowing that you are enough exactly as you are. that your worth doesn't depend on achieving or fixing or proving anything. May you wake refreshed and renewed, carrying forward the wisdom of presence, acceptance, and compassion into whatever tomorrow brings. And may you remember, when difficulty arises, that you have the capacity to meet it with awareness and grace, to be present with your life exactly as it unfolds, finding peace not through controlling circumstances, but through releasing your grip on needing them to be other than they are. Sleep well,